Hey, hey. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing? Hello. It's another gear cleanse day. We're back for another one. Let's just check. We've got everything set up here. Yeah, good. Hello. Hello. Benzafal, hello. How are we all doing? We're going to be talking about the Michinaki. We will be talking about it. Did I see your message? Ooh, did I? When did you send it to me? Maybe I missed it. Let me have a look. You probably sent it to me on Discord, did you? Let's have a look. What are you doing, cat? Oh, I'm being shoved out of my chair a sec. Oh, yes, I see. So you got Man-Eater now, right? So Man-Eater's up there. We've got Seeker. I mean, what can we make? So we can make a Man-Eater Seeker combo. So many different options now. Yeah, we need to figure out a new tune for you now. Let's just turn this down a little bit. It's a little bit energetic. The cat does not like to be seen, believe it or not. She hides very well. She's like a little ninja. This is not a pirate shanty, although it's close. Yeah, so we just need to have a look at what you can make. Like, we can make a team with Man-Eater, Seeker. Probably Geomancer. So there's 3. It's just kind of like, how do we get into a 3-1 then? And what do we, like... I'm not too familiar with singular Man-Eater 2-1 comps. Trying to think what we can do to make it 2-1. We could probably go to a HK route. Like Haikatoon Seeker. Let's have a look. Where's the man himself, Deadwood's website? So we have no Demytha, so we've got to exclude those. We got Deacon, haven't we? So we could do Deacon, Pinkeep, and 2 Man-Eaters, but we only have the 1 at Man-Eater, so we got to find something without 2 Man-Eaters. And we don't really have... Do we have a Warcaster? We do have a Warcaster. That could be interesting. What do we got going on here? This is an interesting one. Sorry guys, I'll be with you now. I'm just distracted. doesn't particularly use Seeker. What do you guys think? What should we build here? Like, we could go for like... I don't know whether we can do a man tower. War Embat. Let's have a look. Oh, this could be good. This could be good. Maybe this is what we want. Let's just have a look. Maybe this is what we want here. So we can keep the Seeker, keep the Creeler. We keep the... This can be a Warcaster. And we just need to basically delay his A3 to the right spot, right? So we get unkillable here at the end of every turn 1, then unkillable here. And then we can basically just pull whatever we want, right? So we probably need... if we're doing a Warcaster build here, we probably need an unkillable decreased defense champion. Like, one of these could be Geo. We could probably put... This is like Geomancer, right? Where do we need the cleanser, though? Does this work for Spirit? Yeah, it does, because it blocks it. Yeah, because he blocks it. We don't need a blocker. Cool. Right, okay, so we could have Geomancer in here. And then ideally we want the Spirit. So that gives us that, and we need a decreased defense champion, right? So we probably want skills, decreased defense, 60%. What have we got as an option? So we can do... We got Martyr. Not necessarily the best thing in an unkillable, but that's an option. We kind of want Spirit, and the reason why we want Spirit here is because... well, do we want Spirit? We don't really... So the challenge we've got here is stun targeting. We need to make sure that the Man-Eater... Well, I suppose it doesn't particularly matter. It's probably just for this first turn here, right? So we just need to make sure... For the first turn, that the Man-Eater and the Seeker does not get stunned. So, Seeker is obviously... Seeker is magic, so we want a magic alternative. And Man-Eater's void, so as long as there's like good coverage for different things. So, we haven't got a magic-based champion here, so we kind of want a decreased defense with a magic-based option. Debuff spread, decrease defense. Which ideally does a lot of damage as well. Which, there's not that many options here. I suppose we go Farrakhan. Well, we can go Farrakhan, for example. That would be decent damage. We don't necessarily have to use the Geomancer here. I was just thinking for a weaken. Does Farrakhan have weaken? I never remember these things. Decreased defense, poison, debuff. So what I would suggest is if we use Farrakhan the Fat in Creeler's position here to make sure that he would take... that he gets a roll. then we need someone who... Like, maybe there's a better weaken option than Geomancer. Roll skills. You've managed to distract me within 5 minutes of starting this stream. Very well done. We've got an ethos in here, sneaking away. Can we support Relentless? No, we can't, because we'd lose it here. So Whisper's out. Well, yeah, you could do Ruella, but I just feel like... I was trying to find like a higher damage. I mean, we could just go Geomancer Farrakhan, but Farrakhan does a burn, right? I'm pretty sure Farrakhan does a burn. So you've got to be careful with this burn here. You don't want the... You'd want the Farrakhan to make sure he did his A2 before Geomancer did his A3. So like, for example, Geomancer does his A3 here, A2, it gets replaced. I'm pretty sure... Oh, it shouldn't do, because Geomancer's a 3 turn, right? Because we don't have increased defense here, right? So I'm trying to avoid the defense-based champions because there's not a lot of value in it. Because there's no increased defense, right? Martyr would be the option. I wonder if this just works. This setup here is nice. Like, Geomancer's going to do his A3 there. Yeah, see, the only problem is we're going to... Are we going to ever replace the Geomancer burn? Farrakhan the Fat A3. Yeah, see, he's going to replace the Geomancer burn, which is a problem. Well, no, because we want his decreased defense and weaken. So... If we're not using Geomancer, then we need to use someone else. But what we could do is go Martyr instead. Maybe that's just a better option. Can we position a A2 better? Not really. The problem is we can't really get good coverage of the counterattack, so you lose a lot of value. But we would get the decreased defense with the weaken, and you get increased defense, a bit of counterattack. You can choose where you want to put the counterattack, either for the first AoE. But because she's not going consistently, it's a 3-turn cooldown. She's on a 4-3 by the looks of it. It's not actually like... We'd probably do is this, I think, for consistency. We can put it where we want then. That would always go and get you, what, like 1 AoE? We don't need the increased defense. But it'd give you an extra AoE, which is basically the same as Farrakhan's ally attack, so it's not the end of the world. You'd get a decreased defense, weaken. You wouldn't have any poison, so you'd have to run like a toxic set. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you bring Farrakhan, then you have to bring something like a better weaken option. And like if we look at these options here, like there's not that many good ones. Like nothing that I would certainly suggest is like out and out. Like obviously Ethos is going to do a lot of damage, but I wouldn't build him for Clan Boss. Aethel is not that crazy. And you kind of do want to weaken in here somewhere. I wouldn't put Theodore in the Clan Boss. It's just like silly. You could dedicate a Ruella into it. I mean, if we bring Ruella, then Farrakhan doesn't even need to be in here and we can bring someone else. You know? Can I do a fat Draco Mantow and pink? Oh, you might be able to. Yeah, there's no Helicath, so we're using Warcaster. There isn't a Helicath on the account, so that's fine. So it just, I mean, it depends what we want to have as options here. Like, we could build the Ruella in and just make Farrakhan Ruella, for example, right? We could just put Ruella in here, turn off the turn meter boost so that she just does A2 and A1. So obviously if we put the turn meter boost in here, then it's going to break the tune, right? Because we're boosting at a bad position. So we can't use the turn meter boost, which means we can't really get the increased crit rate, but we could just do that, and then you get decreased defense and weaken, although it's not very consistent because she's only going to be doing it once every 3 turns. So the consistency of this is going to be problematic. Because if you think here, she's going to apply it here, it's going to go on 1 turn cooldown, it's going to fall off at the end of this, she's got to reapply it here. If she 3%, then you don't have it up that much. You know, but then that's still the same problem as Geomancer, right? So where does Geomancer place his burn? It gets replaced. So it's not ideal. So I'm not really a fan of that either. I mean, we could just go the Ruel route. It's kind of nutty, but as Ruel does it on an A1. It's a bit overkill, though. Like, Ruel would give you probably... Would it give you more damage than Farrakhan the Fat? Probably not. No, we're just building... we're trying to find a new tune for Jessica because she managed to get Seeker and a Man-Eater. So we're just kind of trying to... We're kind of trying to find, like, the right balance of champions here. I do think Farrakhan the Fat is good. But then if we do Farrakhan the Fat, we've got to drop the Geomancer because the burn is just going to be a nightmare. Which means we then need we need a weakened champion, which means if we drop that and bring in a weakened champion, then we're looking at one of these options, and they're not exactly, like, there's not many amazing options here for damage wise. Obviously you've got the Ethos is pretty good damage, the Suai is not a bad option, but they're not exactly like mental damage. Like Suai is probably the best option, or Aina's are probably the best option here. Need to check her URL. I don't know why it says Aina there. Because you get this 100% chance to place Weaken on a 3-turn cooldown. But I can't use Aina. She's got a chance to do extra turns, so Aina's out. And I'm trying to avoid using I'm trying to avoid using Theodore. I'm trying to avoid using a bunch of other ones so that we don't have all these things. Exemplar hits pretty big. But, like, do we really want to be 60 in an Exemplar just because we need a better Weaken option than Geo? Not really. You know, we'd basically have this, which hits quite hard. She's a big hitter. We'd basically just have this and this. It's a 4-turn cooldown, though, so it's not exactly great. So I think, I mean, this is a good framework. The only problem is, as I said, will the Farrakhan replace the Geo burn? And when you look at the rotation here, like, Geomancer is going to be moving his A3 around a lot, right? A3 goes there, then next turn it goes here, then it's there, then it's there, then it's somewhere else, there, then it's like there. So he puts it on for 3 turns. So what we need to make sure is when Geomancer puts his burn on, the Farrakhan doesn't replace the burn with his A2. He shouldn't here, it's fine, because the duration is longer, so it won't replace it. Farrakhan here could replace it. Does it replace it if it's equal? I'm pretty sure it does, right? If it's 2-2, like 2 turns on the boss and there's 2, then it replaces it. I'm pretty sure. Because he's going to do it here. So Farrakhan's always going to do it here. We would probably get rid of that. There's no need to do that. Only longer duration. It might be alright, though. Let's go with this. I think this is the way to go. It's spirit friendly. We do have coverage in the sense that... do we have coverage, though? Farrakhan... Geo... Do we actually have... It's going to fail. Oh, that's a problem. We need a magic champ. It's going to fail because when it's on Force Affinity, it's going to pick on Seeker. Seeker doesn't have protection for the first stun, which means we are going to have stun issues. Because if Seeker gets stunned, then he doesn't do his A2 here, which means we're not in sync. So we need to bring a magic option. And ideally, Man-Eater shouldn't get stunned either. But we can deal with those by basically just taking Steadfast, put on Seeker and Man-Eater. But we need to have a different affinity for... We need to have a magic affinity. So, yeah, we need a magic-based champion here. Which is quite problematic because... not many options. Yeah, so on Void, for example, we can just basically put Steadfast on Seeker and Man-Eater, so it shouldn't pick on one of those two. We don't really care about the Farrakhan and the Warcaster. I suppose the Warcaster can't get stunned either, but that's fine. Like if we put Steadfast on Warcaster, Man-Eater, and Seeker, then it's either going to go on Geomancer or Farrakhan the Fat, which we don't mind if it goes on either of those. But when it's affinity, it's going to pick on the strong affinity. So, for example, if you've got Force affinity, well, it's going to pick on Seeker because magic is he's strong to magic, and there's no other magic champion, so it's going to bypass Steadfast. So we need to have a magic-based champion in here in order to make sure that Force affinity is going to pick on the magic-based champion, which is problematic because the only real viable option is subbing out Geomancer for Aethel, which I don't really want to do, unless you just basically have an option for... Yeah, it is the first turn. So what I'm saying is, if it's stunned, right, it's going to do this. It's going to do that, see? It's going to break it. So, I don't know if you can get it back in tune. Oh, you could get it back in tune. I think you can get it back in tune. You just have to manual it, right? Because he's going to get stunned there. So you need to wait another turn before you do his first A2. And then it falls back into tune because by this point, we're covered. So it's okay. Yeah, let's just do this then. Right, so let me share this. Hey, Samuel, welcome back. We are just helping out Jessica with a new clan boss team. So this would be for Force setup, right? Have to manual. And then obviously for the rest, we can basically say this doesn't happen, drop that down, and it's okay. On Farrakhan. Okay. There you go, Jessica. I've sent that onto Discord for you. Hope that was helpful. A little bit of clan boss early in the start of the stream. What do you think of this TTA Siphi Rotus Pythian Ultimate Death Knight? Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't see why that's a problem. Hey Adam, evening from Canada. Awesome. How is Canada today? So Elfish, to answer your question, how do we understand it? Let me just log in here. When you go to Team Optimizer for Hydra, because there are different there's different heads, right? We've just put enemies defense here for your damage mode, right? You set the defense number you want. Use the stages tool to basically find whatever difficulty you're after. Because there's so many different defense numbers, it can't auto find it. When it does something like Spider, it's gonna automatically find the defense number. But that's all that means. For damage mode specifically, it's saying, okay, what kind of defense am I facing? Okay, that's what that means. Hey, Twisted Sky, how's it going? Not too bad. I had an orthodontist appointment today, so my mouth is a little bit it's a little bit aggressive. It's like someone is stretching the bottom jaw out a little bit, and it's really uncomfortable, but hey, we power through. So, there's kind of loads of stuff going on, I guess. Hey, Raz. Hey. What is the logic in not providing unlimited space for gear? Server capacity, Grim. Like, look how difficult this game is when you're trying to find gear. It's so slow to... Imagine how bad that is if you've got another double. That's why it's limited. Server capacity, performance capacity. Hey, Nub. You're progging Mythic Raz... Oh, Joe, I've never played World of Warcraft, Nub. You probably think it's an embarrassment, but I've never played World of Warcraft. I've always been a Lord of the Rings Online kind of guy. I've never played the game. It's pretty bad. So, yeah, there's kind of a lot of things going on. We've got this new Summon Rush concept, and I gotta say, guys, right, I know a lot of people will instantly hate the concept, but actually I think it's better than a guaranteed. Because you get a guaranteed under your conditions, right? So normally we would get something like pull 150 ancient shards, or pull 110 voids, or pull like 15 sacreds, which is great if you've got 150 ancient shards or 15 well, what's cool about this concept, I can actually, if I have enough, full on just summon mystery shards if I want to, and I get a free champion. I can pull a little bit of sacreds and a little bit of void. Maybe some ancients. I can mix and match it up. So long as it's not 20,000 Summon Rush points, which, I'll be honest, guys, I think they will frame it around about 15 to 20 Sacred Shards. And if you think about how much that is, 15 times 500 is 7,500. So I would imagine it's going to be somewhere in the region of 7 to 9,000 for the full amount. Now, it depends on how they set the fragments range as well. You know, is it going to be 20 each, or is it going to be 5 in each one? The only thing I hope they don't do is fully replace all of the rewards with this fragments, right? I don't want a Summon Rush that's just one fragment per pot. I still want my legendary books. I still want some of my juicy rewards, right? If I'm pulling that many shards, I still want decent amounts. But at the same time, they don't normally do a guaranteed event on a Summon Rush. Very rare do they do a guarantee event on a Summon Rush. They've done it sometimes on Champion Chase, but I'm pretty sure they've never done it on a Summon Rush. So it's not like I'm not getting something that I normally would get, because typically if I'm going for a guaranteed, I'm pulling 15 sacreds and there's nothing there. Now, as a champion, I think he's really good. You told me I couldn't make a Whisper Unkillable team. I tried everything. I did it, but I ended up requiring 2 Yumikos, and at that point it's kind of pointless. You can make a Whisper Unkillable team, Gort. It just requires Bat Eater. I'm trying to find a clan boss team that can support Relentless in a Man Eater without necessarily locking you into needing a DPS that can do both decrease defense and weaken. So hopefully I can find something. So yeah. It really depends on the structure of the Summon Rush, right? We don't really know. We'll have to see. But I like the fact that I can basically pull some of my Sacreds, some of my Voids, and then some of my Ancient Shards and still get the champion, versus I need another 5 Sacreds somewhere, or I need another 20 Void Shards somewhere, right? It's much more flexible for me as a player, and I think that's a good thing. I'm a strong advocate for player decisions. Give the decisions to the player, even if there's so many decisions they're not sure what to do, because then the only one who can complain about anything is the player's decision, right? It's your choice. If you mess up, then that's on you. Limiting player decisions is where I don't like it. If it forces you down a specific path, you don't really feel comfortable going down. If you give me 12 paths and I can pick whatever I want, that's better for me, in my opinion, than having one path that's really good. Because that other path might be better for what I want, or maybe I want to go down a different route. That's why I think heroes' paths are actually quite good, because you can make the decision of how far you go, to what rewards you want, to the extent in which you collect something. If you just want the legendary book, you don't really care about souls, great, well, go grab yourself a legendary book. If all you want is the tier 3 soulstone, cool, ignore the legendary book, right? You get that flexibility. So I'm a massive advocate, and I think this is a good way of doing it, right? You're giving people a guaranteed champion, but you're telling them, use whatever you want. If you want to do a mystery grind and you've got them, crack on. If you want to use your sacred shards over your ancient shards, crack on. It's your choice. So I think that's pretty cool. Now, in terms of the champion, like a lot of people have said they shadow nerfed him with this passive. They didn't. They just didn't write a proper description. Okay? This passive was always like this. He never used to do this on Hydra's Exposed at heads. I don't really know why. I'll be honest. I think it's a bit dumb. Like, I don't really see the point of it, but, you know, that's what I think there will be. Honestly, I don't think the summon rush is going to be 10,000. Like, they're not going to require you to pull more than 20 shards for Michinaki. They're just not going to require you. It's not going to happen. Keep in mind, 7,000 is still 7,000 mystery shards, right? And you're only able to do that once. So if they do this more regularly, then it's not going to work. So in terms of Michinaki, I know he excels in Clan Boss and Hydra, but I already have a great Clan Boss teams. And for Hydra, I have Ninja, Dreng, Mordecai, Tila, and Geo. Yeah, I think he's worth it. I think he's better than Dreng. I think he's better than Ninja, and I think he's better than Mordecai for Hydra. Why? Because one, you get Hex. Okay, he's in the Tila camp. The good thing about Tila is you get Hex, which means, like, I'm trying to build a brutal team right now, and a lot of the problems I have is I can't control the Mischief Head. I'm struggling with the Mischief Head on my third team. You know, the first team I just put any nukers in. My Nightmare team is locked in, but the second team that I've got for that brutal, it's struggling to manage the Mischief Head, because if the Mischief Head eats my champion, I can't target it because I don't have a backup Hex. So having a Michinaki is great because you essentially get that backup Hex. So it means you can target the Mischief Head. Secondly, he deals with the Mischief Head by removing all buffs every 3 turns. So if you have a bad rotation, you get 3%ed. Normally that's the end of your run. Or normally you have to spend the next 5 minutes trying to recover the run, which means you lose out on a lot of damage, which probably means you have to restart the run, right? There's problems. This removes all the buffs from each target. Awesome. Gets rid of anything the Mischief Head does, and then you place a Hex. Then you also get a decreased defense and a decreased attack. So he's like Stagnite on a 3-turn cooldown. And you get a HP burn, and he attacks every single time on 50%. This is the highest joint attack like I've ever seen. 50% is massive. I think Cardiel, for example, if we look at Cardiel, where is he? Cardiel is Sacred Order. He's only 15%, which I think goes, 15, 20, 25, 30%. He's only 30%. He does it at 50%. He's so good for this counterattack. It's really, really strong. So in terms of, in my opinion, in terms of a Hydra option, I think Michinaki is like probably potentially stronger than Tila, because you get everything. He's defense based. You get HP burns, which pretty much is AoE because of his passive. You get AoE decreased defense, AoE decreased attack on a 3-turn cooldown, AoE hex, and AoE buff removal. Like, you're pretty much your base of what you need to deal with the core concepts of how do I deal with the Mischief Head, how do I stop the buffs, how do I deal with the Poison Cloud Head. Well, he kind of deals with it all. right? Obviously, you need to get going with it. You need the right setup around it. Let me see if I can find... let me see if I can find a team that some of the clan may have used with Michinaki. Like, I obviously don't have him, so I'll be honest, I will probably be looking to pull for him if it's okay. But here you go, look, here's an example of someone's team. Right, this is my clan. In my clan, we've got a channel where we basically post our best teams. Michinaki, popping in, out damaging an enemy max HP champion. I've no idea how he's built, but this is in Nightmare. It wasn't a change to his passive. They just described what the passive always did, if that makes sense. They didn't change anything. They just noted that they didn't describe it very well. So that's one example there of a pretty big damage on Michinaki. So another one here. Now, of course, you compare it with... Look, here's an example. If you want to see how it compares with, say, an Acrisia, well, Acrisia's a doing thing, but he's doing half the amount of damage Acrisia's doing. It's pretty significant. It's pretty significant. Can even respond on Discord at Optimizer bug reports. Is Optimizer bug reports? Give it 5. Let me ping. I've just replied now. I haven't got time to look at it at the moment, but Wolfie will probably be able to help you if he's got some time tonight on his hands. We have had issues with that in the past. Normally it's some sort of back-end program. So yeah, like here's some examples of some of the teams that my clan is running, which obviously we're an endgame clan. So they're all experienced players. And you can see it, like the performance he can do is very good. Like, he values more multi-hitters as well, right? You want to get as many multi-hitters as you can. See if there's any other ones in here before I give up. There you go. Someone was talking about Dreng comparison. This one is with Dreng. He's out damaging Dreng with Brimstone. That's on Nightmare. So, I think, like, what you got to remember is when you're setting up when you join triggered attacks like Shamael's, no. I don't think so. I think it has to be like an actual skill usage, Darky. So I think the way that it works is you have to actually use, whenever an ally attacks an enemy under Hex, so when they actually use an ability, then it works. It's on attacks. That's the important thing, Dutchy, right? So it rolls per individual attack that you do. So if I attack 3 times, it'll roll once. So it'll roll once. If it doesn't roll, it'll try again. If it doesn't roll, it'll try again. And it's got no cooldown. Like, it doesn't, like... Cardiel has a cooldown, right? Whenever an ally has a 50% teamed up with them and joins their attack, this champion will not attack with this champion will attack with their default skill. Can only join an ally's attack once per turn. So Cardiel has to take another turn before he goes again. This dude doesn't need to do that. This dude just keeps attacking. So it's multi-hitters on each individual attack. I've got a 50% chance to join that attack. So if you've got multi-hitters like a Kantra, like a Shamael, then there's a very good chance when they use their triple hit ability, he's going to activate. Brachus, exactly. So in my opinion, is he worth 15 Sacred Shards? Absolutely. For an endgame player, absolutely. He's not an arena nuker, but you can put him in so much content. It's insane. Like, Hex is getting more and more valuable. Right, it's getting a lot more valuable. So having a champion that can apply a Hex on every 3 turns for 2 turns is very valuable. Plus he looks cool, yeah, right? He swings his little flail. He's got like a head on a flail. Like, for God's sake, what is going on? I think he's actually carrying his head. I think this head is this head down here that he's like imbued, and then it's like Ghost Rider. So Saf is doing giveaways for us. Am I? Oh, okay. How would he be on Spider 10 hard? So you could use him as a Akimtum option. The only thing I would say is he's not very suitable for Spider 10 hard because, like, it's going to slow your run down, which is not what you really want. You don't really want to do that. But he's basically a Clan Boss and Hydra Specialist, really. But I'd pull for him, but then I'm like obsessed, right? So I'm ready. I will unleash. I'm starting to wonder if we're ever going to get a guaranteed ancient. And knowing me, if I use my ancients tomorrow, I'll probably they'll do a guaranteed ancient next week, knowing my luck. But I will probably go for it because I think he's a very, very good champion, and he might solve one of my brutal. He might become the cornerstone of my brutal Clan Boss team, right? Because I get decreased attack, decreased defense, hex, and HP burn. Now I can just build in some sort of block buffs mechanic, some support, extra damage. Awesome. So that, yeah, we've also got news of the live arena. I haven't done a video on it yet, but I'm going to do a video probably tomorrow, and I'm going to talk about some good things that I think it will bring, and I will talk about some bad things I would think it will bring, and some things that I think could get ugly in the live arena, because there's a real risk that if they don't set up the system correctly, it becomes like impossible to get into the higher tiers. But I actually like the model. I think it's going to be really fun. I think gold, the current plat meta, isn't going to exist in its current form in the live arena, because once you get into gold, it's impossible to pair things up. So like the Ukrainian twins, Taras and Marichka. Well, if I ban Marichka and I pick Taras, or I ban Marichka, they've picked Taras, well, I can just pick their Harima, right? You can't put the champions together that makes them OP. You can counter pick. There's more strategies around it. So I'm pretty certain that the meta is going to get shaken up a lot. But I do have some concerns about how it's going to like scale in terms of populations and different things, because it's not like 3v3 where there's player caps. Like, basically everyone's going to navigate naturally. Hey Xander, yeah, I'm all right. I'm not too bad. Not too bad. Do you think 10,800 mystery shards is enough to get him? Absolutely. I don't think that summer rush is going to be more than 9,000, if I'm being honest. I think it's going to cap out 7,500, maybe 10,000 at most. I don't think it's going to be like crazy. It's going to be like 28 Sacred tops, I think. I don't think live is going to be that bad. I tell you what I will be doing, guys. Like, we haven't talked about it yet. I don't think he's in the game yet, is he? No, he's not. Where is it? This dude, my boy. This dude, he is... I think this champion is god tier. We were having discussions internally about how good he was. I think this guy is going to be one of the best damage dealers for Clan Boss. I think he's going to be absolutely insane for arena nuking. I think he's going to be insane for killing certain bosses. I think he's going to be absolutely mental for Dark Fae. I think he's just like god tier. So I'm quite happy pushing all my gems to climb live arena as quickly as possible, because I think this guy is worth it for 100%. He's insane. He's absolutely insane. Just confirmed on my CB run, Cardiel will go more than once between turns. He shouldn't do. He'll counterattack if he gets attacked, Adam. He will join an attack, but he won't join another ally's attack once he's used his ability. It won't work. So here's why I think he's insane. Whenever you have champions that have conditional extra hit or conditional hit mechanics, they code it as if the condition doesn't happen, typically. Now, they may not do it with this guy, but typically what that means is when I attack one enemy, I'm going to scale the damage as if I've attacked one enemy. But then he places an extra hit if the target has no buffs. And then, if this attack is critical, he repeats the attack once. Now, here's the thing. Either this is a 3-turn hit, where it goes attack once, then attack again, then attack again. Or if it goes attack 1, conditional check for the extra 1, then repeat attack 1, and then another conditional, you could technically have a 4-hitter. Like a 4-hitter. So you could potentially have like a Fenax that goes double, like 2 Fenax A1s. Like, we're talking insane. For Clan Boss, that's massive. You also have a decreased defense for Clan Boss, and you also have an increased attack. The biggest problem with a lot of 3-1 comps is your DPS that runs at 3-1 loses the increased attack in the second attack, like a Jintoro 3-1. Well, if he is self-buffing, then you don't worry about that. You basically queue it up so he does his A3 at the right time. It's a 4-turn cooldown, so you can't get it perfect. Then you use this at the right way. You also want to make it so that you ideally use Crowd Favorite when he has a buff up to get yourself 10% extra max HP damage, because I think this is only going to happen if there is at least one buff up. Otherwise, you don't activate this percussion. So you'd queue it up where you basically go Crowd Favorite when the buff is up on the boss, the increased attack or the whatever he gets. Then you would basically remove that buff and then A1 him and smack him for some damage. I think this A1 potentially, if it's coded strong, which it will be, because they want to incentivize Live Arena, could do 1 million damage. Potentially. I think it's quite insane. I would put my house on this guy being a top 5 damage dealer in Clan Boss out of the box, because he also brings decreased defense. He also brings himself buffs. These two make it much more strong, much powerfuler. We don't really care about this passive because this, whatever. But he's also an arena god, right? He looks like this ability here is going to be nuts, right? Now, it depends whether they fix the damage of this percussion. There's an option. Either they fix the damage, which means it cannot be critical, or I can re-crit with percussion. If I can re-crit with percussion, anyone who's got 5 buffs is going to die. So I don't think you'll be able to. But being able to take 60% HP off of, say, Siphi when she has 10 buffs or 8 buffs is actually insane. This is what Supreme Elhain should have been, in my view. This is what he should have been. Increased damage based on buffs, not debuffs. This is what you want. Hello, Renier. I mean, I'm not saying he would stay in my Clan Boss team, QWERTY. I'm just saying I can put up some pretty silly numbers with this guy, and it would be quite fun to see how hard he can hit in Clan Boss. So, you know. Also, 4 hit that will do pure damage to Finite Shield? No. So when it says pure damage, it basically means ignore defense. So if the boss has a multiplier that reduces incoming damage, it'll just reduce the incoming damage. So, Sav, question on Arena. As Sheep is more and more a thing, do you mind looking at Alexander's A3 and rate him? He needs accuracy. What is the only downside, but single target full buff remove sounds good. Let's have a look. So yeah, I'm actually quite excited to get Quintus. I'm going to be putting a lot of time into Live Arena very quickly to get him. I'm going to try and get him as soon as possible. Like, literally as soon as I can. Alexander. I mean, he removes buffs. So if he removes buffs, he's bad. You don't want to remove buffs. Is that the next Fragment Fusion? No. We haven't had the Fusion announcement. So Michinaki is just a promotion. It's basically a new way of doing Guaranteed. The Quintus is just a reward like Mithrala was from Hydra. So he's a reward from Live Arena. And you only need to hit the Gold 3 once, right? So you just need to get up to Gold 3. Once you get in Gold 3 Live Arena, you get your Quintus. And yes, we haven't had the Fusion yet, so we'll have a Fusion announcement probably next week. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Darky, but then he just gets revived. How do you stop the revive? All right, when you're looking at Classic Arena, you cannot go into there thinking, oh, I can just kill the damage dealer, because you kill Taras, for example. Well, firstly, you can't because Ultimate Death Knight is there. So that's out of the question. Okay, like here, for example, you've killed Taras. Cool. Well, Siphi's going to revive him. Or Duchess is going to revive him. So this is the problem, with... And when we talk about Sheep, we only talk about, the top end of Arena, right? So it's just not going to work for any of these. The only champion that can really deal with this in terms of damage is Jorgid. because you can ignore defense, or Baron if you can get past the initial setup. So, but even here, like for example, you're not going to see a lot of polymorph. Like you see it here because it's a high-end one, but you don't really need to concern yourself with polymorph in Platinum Arena, in this arena, right? So I can literally pick this one here, right? I can pick this dude. And look, they've got stone skin. Cool. Death. It's actually quite a tanky... it's actually a tanky old Lydia, that. Might be in a bit of spot of bother here. Throw that away. I had reaction, that's why. Might be alright. Oh, nearly. Okay, we've lost this purely because of bad luck. Terrible example, because that's stone skin for you, right? And you wouldn't be able to kill him anyway because you need to get rid of it. But to be honest, the way I look at Arena is there's so many easy teams you can just one-shot at Goal 5, because Goal 5 is basically like everyone's in Goal 5. So either you're finding lots of one-man defenses or you're finding lots of teams you just outspeed in one shot, right? The only thing you care about those high-end is Platinum. Does he actually touch Platinum teams? No. You're not touching any of these teams. They're too tanky. Just way too tanky. So... Rich going to Taras everywhere. We did win Clan versus Clan, but we had a kind of a pseudo agreement. We weren't really competing. We agreed that we would go 2-1. But short on skills. I've taken down YST. Now I've taken down short on skills. Where is he? He's in here somewhere. There he is. 435. He did beat me on points though. I got exactly 400,000 to be nice. So yeah, so I think Live Arena is going to be really good. The rewards you get from Live Arena are excellent as well. There's about 1,000 gems available from just climbing Live Arena. Like, if you basically bought the first 2 refills, you will return a profit of around about 85 gems from the milestone rewards. So, off-topic question, I pulled a Septimus. Seems he is a Clan Boss champ. Would he be okay in damage mitigation setup there? He's not he's kind of a Clan Boss champ in the sense that he's got that passive that can extend, but mostly he's used as enemy max HP nuke in like Spider 20. You can use him as an A1 clear as well. It's pretty strong. But yeah. Hey, Mullet. Our main clan had a pretty horrific battle on their hands. I don't know which one they were fighting. Double check. Invictus. So the two you see here, our main clan was basically up against Invictus UNM, and they were at it all. It was a rough matchup. They put their heart and soul into try and win in it, but they got sniped at the last minute by Invictus. They did a really good job, to be fair. Got to praise their ability to burst out our main clan. In your opinion, where Supreme Kale shines? In any content that requires you to build excessive accuracy, in any content where you require poisons, and in any content where you require stun clearing. He's great for Doom Tower wave clearing. He's going to be great for Sand Devil. He's great for Iron Twins. He's great for arena resist tank busters. But that's very rare, because obviously most people have block debuffs or stone skin or something like that. But that's the idea. You're meant to be able to just go in. Anything that requires a lot of accuracy, you just bust their accuracy right down. I'm not sure what to do. I'm level 53 account and have 360s. I'm not sure if I'm doing something wrong. I don't know, but I feel like I don't have any good combos. So when you're that early game, you need to start focusing on getting a Clan Boss team together. But you normally need something like an Ally Protector or a Block Damage or an Unkillable champion. And then you want to just build more 60s around different roles. Like you want to decrease defense champion, you want to decrease attack champion, you want some sort of damage dealer. Normally a starter could be a damage dealer, but sometimes you want another one. Control is helpful. So on my free-to-play, I 60'd Hoscarol, Mistrider Dythe, Orogrim, Deacon, Kale, because I built a core team that can basically crowd control, deal damage, and then a bit of clan boss. I'm still waiting on an ally protector, and I haven't had a chance to play the free-to-play as much. So I got Corvus last weekend. Corvus is great for for certain clan boss situations. He's a Sacred Order, right? Corvus, the poison dude. Really good because you get this increase the duration of all ally buffs alongside really strong poison kit and an A1 decreased attack. He's a bit of a clan boss specialist in my book, but he's still really good. Yes, the mobile's gone live, hasn't it? They've released an update for mobile. They've basically put all the keys as like a drop down, so you can see like the tokens in Arena now. It's a neat interface. Noct is basically kind of an early game carry, but he has some usages in Sand Devil as well. So those are kind of like the big things. I'm going to do a video tomorrow in more depth around the new live arena stuff. I feel like it's more of a video content to discuss it in detail. I've got some numbers around it. We did do a lot of numbers on the new Zeal set. It actually proved to be quite difficult to actually work out. I did like 5 attempts at the Zeal calculations, but we have kind of got to this conclusion now. So the key thing with Zeal you got to take notice of is the amount of ignore defense your champion has to begin with is important. So, for example, say like I hit 90,000. And for people who don't know what I'm talking about, Zeal is a new set you get from Live Arena. You get 25% crit damage, and then for every 25% HP that the target has, you gain 7.5% bonus damage, like basically a multiplier. So it means if you're hitting a full HP target, you're dealing 30% bonus damage, right? So we were trying to work out, is Zeal with Cruel better than Savage Lethal with Cruel? Which is naturally the distinction to take. And when does it break? So, for example, if your champion has 0 innate ignore defense in its kit, right? It's not a Baron, it doesn't have like 50% ignore defense. Someone like a Trunder A3, right? Doesn't do any ignore defense. Then actually, Zeal is probably quite good. Because you can see down the left hand here, we've got all the defense numbers, right? These numbers here are, let me see if I can zoom in, just in case it's not very visible. You can see down the left, I've got all the defense numbers of a target. And you can see if we were hitting a full HP target, we're getting anywhere between 6 to 26% bonus damage, depending on how much defense they have. If we hit, like, what we hit for doesn't matter. That's with 300% crit damage. You could change it for 200% and it will improve slightly. Because the more crit damage you have, the less valuable the bonus crit damage is, right? So if you had 200% crit damage with the 25% bonus, then it's going to be better. But say like we hit for 90,000 damage raw and we had 200% crit damage, then if my ability had 0% ignore defense, then I will deal with Savage Lethal against a target with, say, 4,000 defense, 75k damage. But with a fully stacked up Zeal, it's going to be 82,000 damage. So Zeal is 9% stronger in that scenario. Now, what changes is if you have some basic ignore defense, because ignore defense is not linear. The ignore defense gets stronger the more you can ignore, because we know the more you can drop defense, there's like a window. You can see it almost visually here, where if you drop someone from like 8k down to 7k, it doesn't really make a big difference. But if you drop someone into this 3 to 2,000 range, it starts making a lot more difference. And then when you start dropping lower than 2,000, it starts to become less valuable to ignore defense, because effectively the equation that your defense converts to reduce the damage is a lot less actual removal. It's why when you're fighting clan boss on, say, easy and normal, weaken is actually a more powerful debuff than decreased defense until you get up to a higher defense number. And it's why we never recommend Savage and Cruel on clan boss, because by the time you put decreased defense out there, it's got like 500 defense, so you're ignoring practically nothing. It's not worth it. You might as well build more stats. So if your champion has some if your champion has some innate ignore defense ability, then it changes, because it means you're now getting 50% in addition to the 30% ignore defense from Savage Cruel, which means that actually the ignore defense is more valuable because it can get to the ranges where you can deal, where you can bypass more of the damage reduction. So, for example, this bottom chart here is if we were hitting with Baron's Sky Piercer, right? He ignores 50%, then we add in the 30% on top, and you can see that all of a sudden Zeal is no longer that much valuable. On really, really low defense, it is, right? Because we're not ignoring enough defense. Like, there's not much defense to ignore at 1000, so you're not getting as much value. You can see here, right? So if we were to hit a champion with 41% here, well, with this setup here, it's 11%. So it's not as much as when we go from 85 down to 56 in that kind of sense. So we can see here that effectively, if you have, I think the breakpoint is around about 30%, right? If you have about 30%, maybe it's 20%. Yeah, 20%. After 20%, it's better to go Savage Cruel. Effectively. If your champion has 20% ignore defense in its skill set, then Savage Cruel is better than Zeal. If it doesn't, then Zeal is probably going to be better, with the caveat that obviously it's all based on how much target HP has got, right? So if it's down at 15%, then Savage Cruel doesn't have the same conditions. So I'll go over this. I think Hellhades is going to do a video on this as well. We were talking about it today about like trying to math it out a little bit. It's quite hard to do really because it's very conditional. But the TLDR is basically if your champion has a little bit of ignore defense, like 20%, Zeal is not better. But if it has nothing and it's a one-hit wonder ability, then Zeal will add more damage. The only caveat, as Maxime is pointing out there, the only caveat is if you have a conditional effect, then the second hit will be coded at the HP of the target at that point. So, for example, Heffrak needs to hit below 50% to get the second hit. Well, if that's the case, then you can see here, like, Heffrak has 15% ignore defense. If you're below 15%, pretty much Savage Cruel is going to win. So, you don't necessarily have that. So, you gain like 2%, but you're actually going to lose a lot more damage. It's going to be a very niche set, is the TLDR. But the other one looks cool, right? Speed plus a little bit of reflex. So yeah. How are you able to support Mistrider extra turns in Clan Boss? I have not looked at it yet, Dreadnought. I'm using Mistrider Dithing as my arena nuker, believe it or not, in my free-to-play. How many points? I think it's going to be around about... It's going to be under 10,000. Might be 10,000, but it'll be under. It won't be 10,000. It won't be more than 10,000. Come on in. The cat has arrived. So yeah, so I've got a lot to cover in tomorrow's video. It probably needs a video on it rather than anything else. But yeah, I think actually the milestone rewards would be more valuable, and of course the area bonuses, which I have no idea how we're going to figure that out in the optimizer. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare, that is. So wish us luck when that goes live next week. Yeah, I think about 20 Sacreds is a good position to start at. It could be wrong. Like, it could be something completely different. By the way, guys, if you didn't know this, you don't always have to claim the personal rewards straight away. If you don't claim them, when this leaves tomorrow, it just comes into your mailbox, and then it gives you 6 days to claim it. Whereas if I claim this right now, I'm going to have 2,400 energy. So I don't know if you guys realize that you can basically wait, and it'll go into your inbox. Just make sure you have enough inbox space. Unlike me, where I've got 256 items to clear. Again. Like, what is wrong with me? I'm still trying to work out this team. It still fails a little bit. Still not as reliable as I want it to be. So, but it's pretty good. Do you have any idea why they didn't include Sand Devil and Iron Twins as an area bonus? I haven't looked at which areas they've done, but I would imagine they're idiots. Basically. I don't know. I just need Theodore to survive this hit here, basically. If I get Theodore to survive that hit, I think it's safe. Because we get an extra turn. but he's just kind of, he's still not mastered fully, and he's kind of leveling up. I should be able to upgrade that one now. That gives him a bit more HP. This will give him a bit more defense. I would have preferred that on defense, but never mind. Wonder if he survives that hit now. Let's have a look. Oops. Who is the epic? Leburger. Doom Tower epic. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. It's the second hit I need to see if we can survive. See, that's what I need to happen more often. If we can do this, we get a turn now. So we get an extra turn, which means we get some more poisons out. That adds security. Which means we win. That's the idea. Hopefully, if I build him tank enough, it survives. Oh, we missed some buffs somewhere. Oh well. That's the first time that's happened in, like, forever. Don't know what happened there. We must have missed a lot of weekends or something. Ah, do you know what? It's over. I've never had it fail on that wave before. Something bad must have happened. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think it's just maybe I missed a weekend or so. See? Normally it clears it absolutely fine. Total weird. It's a fully awakened Seer, that's why. He's now surviving now we've upgraded those 2 rings and stuff, so... He gets that extra turn, so we get a little bit more poisons out. And then it survives. So that's what I was hoping for. Now I think it's 100%, as long as we don't like have that wave 2 issue for some reason. Yeah, we're doing a gear cleanse after this, Brad, don't worry. I haven't forgotten. He's taking a weaken here. He might die. Might be okay. Oh, he got crit as well. Ouch. There's the fail rate. See, it's still got a fail rate. It's really annoying. I'm going to have to figure out how to solve the problem. I'm trying to avoid having to put Stultus into regen. I'm being honest. I'm being lazy. But yeah. So, I don't know. But I do have to go and farm Sand Devil. Mullet, you'll enjoy this. Look at this one. So, I was talking to YST, and we were like, I wonder, you know, I need to check this different items and stuff. And I'm like... So now I have to farm Sand Devil. Oh, it's like probably the best boots on my account. I try to avoid farming Sand Devil, even though I should do it more often. But hey, it's like insane. Right then, should we get some gear cleansing doing? I have no idea where I'm going to start. I don't even know what to do. Like, I'll be honest, I'm completely at a loss as to how to stop the hoarding. I have no idea where we're going to find space for these 2 new sets. Sell all 5-star. Well, I don't know, like... Should we do a bit of a mule check? See, this champion's... Oh, he's not even, like, fully geared. What does he need? Crit damage? Crit damage. We need some crit damage in here. Let's see. Crit damage, crit damage. Go that one. So I wonder if I can use the optimizer to basically find all of the champs. Right, here's the problem, right? So let's just have a look here, right? Let's have an assessment of my account in terms of 5 stars. Okay, 5-star gear. Let's have it so that it's not equipped. I actually have gear I haven't rolled. It's pretty bad. I should probably roll that. We need... When are the filters coming? Like, when are we getting filters for... That they promoted? Because I want them. That's pretty bad. So sometimes I keep these things, because if it does quad roll speed, it's pretty good, right? Apparently there's a shield here. So, look what I'm keeping. I don't have bad pieces. Okay, speed boots are probably a bit of a culprit. So if we just take out like... it's like triple. Pretty good spread of stats there. Triple. Double, triple, double, triple, triple, doubles. I'm not keeping like... Like, look at my relentless. Triple, triple, triple. I'm not keeping bad stuff. So I'm like... I don't know, like... You never know when you're going to use them, right? I've had pieces that I've had sitting here for a while and I've gone, oh, I should probably sell it. And then all of a sudden it's gone, this is great for this build. And that's my problem, that's my fear, is if I sell these things, I'm going to go, oh, I could have used that piece, or that piece is a perfect fit. Like, this piece here is probably weak, but it's... Yeah, that piece is probably can go. Stun set, right? Like, I'm keeping this because like this is where 5-star still valuable. Like 23 speed on a provoke set, I'll take that. It's good. I'm keeping this because I need provoke. I don't have any. Quad roll, triple roll, triple roll. The speed boots for reflex because often you need to go fast. Triple, quad. Some of the cruel may be better, but like triple, quad. You see what I mean? It's not like I'm keeping bad pieces. I think that's what my concern... Like this is what the thing is. I'm not keeping terrible pieces in my account. Some of the speed boots, maybe now I need to start maybe ditching. So like maybe we can just like have a look where we are at in terms of speed boots. Because sometimes you're a little bit more lax on these. So like we can basically just get this here, go speed, expand them out. Maybe we just sell a bunch of these. But even then, like triple roll. That one's pretty naff. Naff. Let's just go brutal here. Actually, this is actually quite a good combo. Triple roll. I won't sell triple rolls because I just think they're too good. Defiant is not great. I don't have an awful lot of Defiant, so I'm going to keep one of them. So we saved ourselves 7 spots. It's like... Yeah, but cool. The thing is, I don't have many on that set, right? So if I look at, say, Frenzy set, I like to try and keep a good set. I've no speed boots now. These are the only ones I have, so... Now, obviously, you would say, well, Frenzy's not that important, which is true. Fair. Like, maybe we can clear out some of these Savage boots, potentially. It's tough, though, right? It's the thing. It's really tough. Yeah, I've got 3 stars. Yeah, I know. Like, I have no 5-star gear here. 5-star rare. I have no 5-star rare. So we're only in 5-star epics. And we're only keeping triple rolls of everything. So I feel like that's semi-okay. But then you lose too much, I guess. That's pretty bad. Never gonna need crit rate and regen. It's okay. Triple. Triple. That was kind of lame, but sometimes he's useful. Triple. 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 This is my gear is not terrible. I'm just gonna have to mule it. All this is gonna have to be muled. It's probably because I have a bunch of terrible gear on my mules, right? So if we look at right, we're muling. Okay, we're muling. If I can go to champions and I can go, show me the partially geared ones. Geared, partially geared. And we're just going to work through the lists. And we're going to mule. We're going to have to. Because actually what I need to do seriously is just get rid of the bad gear that was good a year ago that's still sitting on everything in my vault. And we've got an opportunity to do it this time because we actually have some vault space. Like if we look at, say, these champions down here, right? Like this gear here over here might be terrible. You know, it's gear that I would have kept because maybe I was holding on to some perception gear. You know, bad gear, some of this. So if I just cleanse all this stuff out, it'll help. I generally sell. See, actually 6-star rares are pretty good because sometimes you want to get the double rolls. And rare is the best double roll rate. So but this is probably bad gear, so we're going to do that. Everything in my master vault should be holding something. If they're not holding something, they're lightweights, basically. And a lot of these guys are chilling with no gear. Like this. So what we're going to do first is we're going to clear out all these 1-stars. We're going to make some vault space and we're going to basically clean up our hoarding pool of champions. What else we got going on here? Let's grab you. Just try and get some inventory space cleared up so we don't have a lot of terrible. Okay, how much more have I got? I've got a bunch of 3-stars. How much reserve vault space have I got? Not a lot. So if I just... I don't want to spend some gems. I want to just throw in my 5-star food. Save some space there. So you may be wondering why I'm leveling champions outside of any event. I'm just trying to clear up my inventory so I don't have to scroll as much. Hey, Gold Ice. Good old Sanctum Protector that we got from that promo code for no reason whatsoever. Okay, and that should be good now. We should be able to... We've got 140. We've got loads of space. Right, cool. So what we're going to do... Can I easily find champions here? Probably not, to be honest. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out of my reserve vault. Champions. I don't really want to pull out of these because... I've got a 4-star Ashwalker there for no reason whatsoever. Barsatha's chilling in there now. I still got too much of this crap here that I've no space for. So let's make a... You're a 5-star. Here you are. Let's make... Bye-bye, Deacon. Let's go and pull you and you out. So I can put you and you in. And we need to pull one more out of here. Probably Lonatharil. So I'm going to put you in there. Right. So first things first, let's get some rubbish on these guys. That's pretty good gear. Actually a mega big fan of Mr. Adadathi, by the way. Mega fan. I think he's a really good champion now that I've played him a bit on the free-to-play. Lonatharil, you can have some gear. Have a helmet. Have a chest. And who was the other one? We pulled out Lonatharil, Mr. Adadathi, and someone else. Ashwalker. Actually, Ashwalker hits really hard, right? He's a pretty hard-hitting champion. You should probably have Phantom Touch. Hey, Seth, the upload doesn't work for me anymore. I downloaded them, installed it from the site. It doesn't matter what I do, it doesn't start. Mark, if you drop a message into the channel on the main Hellhades Discord, probably can troubleshoot it further. It's kind of hard to know really what's wrong with it from just that. There are normally steps you can take to fix it. Might just need a reinstall completely. Yeah. Why do you gear champs you don't use? Or more free space? I'm gearing champions to hold gear for me so that I can... sometimes weird pieces will create different builds, so... It has to roll attack percentage, otherwise it's a sell. It did, so again, we keep it. Okay, so you're done, you're done. Mr. Rider Dythy, you can have a ring. Oh, look at this. I forgot, I got some good pieces. Of course, it dodged every valuable piece of stat there. The thing about mythical gear, guys, you can't reforge it, so if it doesn't roll where you want it to, there's no point hoarding it, you might as well sell it. We're not at a position yet, unless you quad roll it maybe. They might give it to you in the future, but they're not exactly swimming in the concept of giving you Chaos Ore for it, so, I mean, that's borderline. You'd have to roll defense percentage again. No, it's a sell. Anyway, you have an attack percentage ring. Hey Seth, have you figured out the Dragon Thames team? I'm still working on it. It's a bit of a work in process. I'm probably going to have to just bite the bullet and put Stultus outside of Stone Skin. Probably. Just trying to avoid it, really. Right, we've got some mules. They can go in the mule vault. Cool. So, we kind of got a nice clear inventory. 133 out of 280. Does this guy have any gear on at the moment? He does. He's holding some gear. He can be a mule. What was I testing? I'm pretty sure I was testing this sleep mechanic. But as I've booked him, I might as well mule him. What's he sitting on at the moment? Oh, look at those boots. Loving life. Let's give you a nice little defense percentage chest. Yeah. It doesn't help that I constantly keep re-gearing people. So we get champions into a build and then I keep moving things around. And then before I realize it, I've lost. Congratulations, you've become a mule. I don't really need these guys, so... I can make another 4-star. A 5-star, but I don't really want to. Oella. So, I feel like Siege Hulk could be built. Let's build him reasonably good. Did you figure out what happened to Atkinson's passive? Yeah, so he's still working as intended. The difference is it looks like when Theodore activates, he doesn't activate every single one. It only activates one of the poisons. We thought it used to activate all of them. Maybe it never did, I don't know. But we did test it. So, yeah. Basically, it's kind of working, but not as good as we originally thought it would. Yeah. But it's not like it's overnight's bad. It just means that he's not as strong as I thought he would be for wave clearing with a Theodore specifically. Because there's only Theodore that can do AoE activation, right? These boots. Insane. Yeah, I mean, he's not really rocking many attack percentage chests. Siege Hulk, you are muled. What else we got? Scoramis. You can have a ring. What are your damage based off? HP, right? So you might just be HP based. Krakarth. Don't know if I'll ever use her. Wuji. So Wuji I've got ready to use for Hydra. I'll have a little look at Wuji. Crypt King. Go hoard some Guardian gear for me. How about that? Have a nice shield. Enjoy that. And then grab some boots from over here. Whilst you're at it, get yourself some banners. Have one of those. And I don't know. Have that as well. What's this? Don't know why you've got that, but you do. Enjoy it. In the vault you go. Finally made it into Tag Team Gold 1. Now start collecting 30,000 tournament points. The missions are painful sometimes, but congratulations. Getting Gold 1 is a big achievement. Well done. Yeah, so Nub, I think, has done... Nub did a video on Wuji. So it got me curious, because I've always wanted to try and build a team with Tomoa, specifically, and she does special things with the Shadowkin. So, and as I said, I've been having problems with block buffs, and she does weaken and block buffs, so... oh. So yeah, so I've built her up. I've got a 4-star soul ready to go. We did book her a little bit. We needed to get one more book, ideally. But we ran out of books, so... We also got Kellen the Shriek. Could be cool. Book that out. Interesting to try that. Rhonda... doing things. I don't really know why she's out of the vault. She can go in the vault. We've also got Delver to do. So some of the champions I haven't got gear on is because I want to actually build them for a purpose. Like, he should have gear. I'm pretty sure he should be in bolster. That's the thing. I've been messing with so many champions. I've got so many half-built champions in the game now. That this is probably why my inventory has grown so much. Because I just have had... I've been moving stuff around far too much. Right, she can basically take... I got so much unrolled stuff as well, actually, in my accessories. The problem is, that's going to just eat all of my silver if I try to roll stuff. Look at this. Unrolled. Unrolled. That's pretty bad, actually. Some of it we'll make a profit on. Low roll, sell. I'll keep that just because it's rolled it and it's a retaliation, you know, revenge. It's alright, it's high rolled. And we keep that. Uko's lost gear. I really need to get around to building Uko properly. He's not in a very good build at all. He's in a terrible build, actually. I don't even know what build he's in. He's in something. That's a bad piece. Problem is, now that I do Hydra every week, I get so many artifacts I need to do something with. You just end up hoarding all of your pieces. Tila, it's alright. Roxam. I did 60 Roxam. I awakened it. I used my 1000. I could have got another stone, but I was like, why not? It's probably going to give me a 5-star epic if I re-rolled it. So we have a 6-star Roxam to do something with. I don't know what I'm going to do with this 6-star Roxam, but, you know. I know, Kessel, it's just time. Like, Hellhades kind of mentioned it, that we're playing the game a lot, but actually it's because we have a lot to do now. There's never a quiet moment to actually, like, do anything, which is a problem. But I'm going to have to like do a full rebuild on all of my different arena champions ahead of live arena. So that's probably going to be Monday's focus stream, I'd have thought, where we're going to actually... I'm going to have to think over the weekend how I can theory craft some different teams and strategies so that we don't... like, I can actually build some proper teams. But yeah, like I need to probably review my Cupidus build. Probably a bit out of date now because I built it when I wasn't running Hydra an awful lot. There's a high probability that Cupidus has got the ability to go stronger. Just haven't looked at it. A HB ring here at all? I'll do. Not the best, but not the worst. How much have we cleared so far? So we've managed to get ourselves to 50 spaces in the artifacts, and in accessories we're about 40. It's not bad. We're making progress. Let's get out of this a second. Oh, what have we got up here then? So some of this is not all... like some of it's just craftable stuff. Some of it actually, I accidentally... I had a weird bug in Dragon. I was running auto battles, and then halfway through, like battle 10, the game just decided not to use my AI team anymore, and it completely freaked out. So I got a bunch of crap in here that I probably need to get rid of. Got some stuff, a lot of accessories in this, I would say, more than anything. Let's just collect this up and see what we get. Honestly, the biggest concern I have right now is where's the silver to actually check if any of these pieces are worth it. It's like you see these dragon stuff are probably the bad stuff that I didn't sell. Now we have this week's Hydra. And I won a Relentless tournament. I sniped the Spider tournament, so we got some Relentless gear. When will the new patch drop? I'd imagine pretty early next week. I would imagine early next week. If not, tomorrow. Like, normally they do iOS release into Player and Play the next day, so it could be we get a Player and Play update tomorrow. Whether the features won't turn on necessarily straight away, but I know, looking at the video, they want to have a beta test. Well, in order to enable beta test, they have to put it in the game. So there's a high possibility that things will get turned on, but just disabled behind a wall, right? So they might release the new champion tomorrow, with the live arena stuff, everything in the background, just not turn it on for us until they pass the beta phase. It's hard to know. Should probably go down here and see what I've got. So I'll just get, let's pick that up. You can tell where I've been putting a lot of my energy and time. I've got a lot of spider gear. Now, spider is the accessories is where I'm more willing to just sell all my 5-star gear, to be honest. How do I choose my 6-star mastery on Hydra? Do you mean what capstone to use? Pretty much War Master and Giant Slayer most of the time. No. I don't know. Probably not. I don't know who the beta testers will be, to be honest. I have no idea. It's not on a test server. I think it's going to be on the live server. Where would you use Taras and how as mid-game? Taras goes in every single team you have, and he pretty much carries every single team. Like, his damage multipliers are insane. He can reduce the enemy's damage. He's tanky. He's going to help you see it stay alive. He's so strong. He's really good. There is no test server so far that I've seen. I've not heard any message of it. Normally we get some indication. Not heard any of it. Right then. Let's see how quickly we can deplete. That rolled terribly. 4 million silver. Bad. For some reason, when I'm looking at the Lifesteal Mythical, the Lifesteal Mythical looks much more dramatic, doesn't it? Oh, do we rework? Oh, do we rework this? This is a rework candidate. Or do we keep it? Because I used my silver to do the artifact enhancement event cool and to get CvC points. So everything I earned, I sold. Ron LeBron, hello. How are you doing, Ron? It's kind of... Everyone's a keep. Where's my usual criticisms? Ardes, you said no. Cool. Do you keep this or do I rework it or do I sell it? It's kind of low rolled the crit rate. We're doing a gear cleanse, Ron. Maybe you can assist us. Oh yeah, I've got a couple of so in terms of like gear, am I on the right view here, by the way? I've been on the wrong view the entire time. Sorry, guys. Professional streamer. So in terms of like chest. So what I'm looking for in speed set really is actually a speed subset. So I've got a really good one here, right? I've got a speed 3 24. Perfect. I've only got another one of those. So it's a low roll because it should be what, 7, 14, 21, 28%. It's really low roll. Yeah, but it's a low crit rate, right? It's only 21%. It should be, I'm pretty sure it should be 7, 7, 7, 7. Should be 28. So we're actually like 7. We're entire roll down. Yeah, I kind of want to rework it. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Oh. Well, it's min-maxed the defense. It's fine. It's worth it. I mean, it's one of those situations you kind of have to look at it as it could have been good because in its current form it had low rolled, so it was adequate, but it wasn't necessarily amazing. So you always got to look at it like that point of view. So that's why I reforged it, because I was like, it's okay, but it's not crazy okay. Like, it wasn't a crazy good. So it's a good piece, worth keeping. Right, what do we get here then? Flat. Pretty poor. I'm only reforging triple rolls. That's what I was looking for. Any of these pieces good. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Just sell them all. Sometimes you want a high resist on set. Crit damage with crit rate. Gotta roll double crit rate. It's kind of low rolled, right? It's gone 5, 5, and 6. That's kind of low roll. It hasn't got speed. It's got to roll crit damage. Ooh. Roll resistance. It's a sell now. We're down to 2.8 million. I know we haven't even got started in the good stuff yet. Yeah, but I feel I'm running a bit local because it hasn't been in the clan shop an awful lot. We had an early phase where it was like in the clan shop almost every week. I don't feel like we've had it for a while now. So I feel like we're kind of... I need a restock. I'm used to having like 20. And I've had like... I'm down to like nearly single figures. It's not too bad rolling to 8. We're kind of making a profit. It's low rolled. I'm looking for speed rolls most of the time. All this perception gear is getting sold. It's got to be crit rate. It's worth keeping now. Right then, the good juicy stuff. What do we want here? We want crit damage rolls. We didn't want resistance, so get sold. Now you're probably thinking, why are you selling this gear when you're keeping the really decent gear? Because I'm dumb. And I can't gear cleanse my account. But actually, it's just because it's easier to process it this way for me. I'm used to like making sure that I'm only keeping good pieces now. But some of my other gear that's already rolled, I get a bit attachment theory to. Ooh, that's good. Ooh. That's a great defense nuker piece, that. A little bit low rolly on the defense percentage, but it's medium rolled on the crit rate. What up, cat? What? What? Thanks for making lots of noise. What do you think the upper limit of the Michinaki summon rush should be? Somewhere in the region of 7 to 10. Yeah, the cats woke up. Hello. And now she goes to eat. Yeah, the cat's been bribed already. That's never going to be worth it. It's probably never... sometimes speed with crit damage, if it rolls well, is okay. Which didn't roll well, so it's not okay. Why wouldn't it be something stupid? Because I don't think it's going to be worth... the way you got to look at it, Pocket, the most they've ever done for Sacreds is 20. So pretty much probably the worst case scenario is going to be 20 Sacreds, which is about 10,000 points. So I don't think they'll do anything stupid because then people just won't engage with it, right? I mean, they're pretty smart with these things. They know how to run their systems well. I don't think they're going to be egregious about it. I actually think they're trying to find middle grounds for everyone. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt on it. I'm thinking they're trying to find a better way. So basically, they don't want people hoarding shards anymore. So they're trying to find ways which reward players, but also stop you hoarding shards. This is a good way to do it, because now I can use any shard for any purpose. Feels better to me. It's less of a, oh my god, that's an awful lot of investment feeling to it, right? 5-star. I mean, I'm not keeping any of these 5-star pieces, if I'm being honest. Sometimes this is a little bit more valuable because I don't really care as long as it rolls resist a lot. But if it's going to dodge the resist, it's not worth keeping. Do you think they keep Ancients? Do you think they keep Ancients worth 20 or change it slightly? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, exactly, Big Pops. So it's a known quantity because you like, if it was a champion chase Big Pops, I think it's worse. But because it's a normal summon rush, well, you can literally mathematically work out exactly how many shards it's going to require you to get Michinaki. It's a known quantity. It's really good for that. I mean, if you've got the mysteries, you can just do the mysteries, right? I know some people have got like thousands of mystery shards. I don't know how they get so many, but they have it. Attack, it could be alright. That's pretty good. Attack, not so good. Probably worth keeping, though. Okay, we'll get to this bit. I'm thinking it's going to be 12k or more. They've not shown the ability to recruit. I mean, it's speculation. I've never seen a summon rush that is more than 7,500. I can tell you how many we've got because... like, I can literally show you all of the summon rushes for the last 3 months, and none of them have been above 7,500. I know it's a special summon rush, so it could be all odds out the window. But let's just see here. So the summon rush on the 3rd of March was 7,500. The summon rush on the 17th of March was 3,600. The summon rush on this 20th of January was 7,500. The summon rush on the 3rd of February was 3,500. Or it may have been another tier because I'm not really looking. It's always 7,500. So at most, I think they'll push to 10,000. They don't really creep up dramatically. It's always like 5%, 10%, a little bit in, you know, we increment it a little bit by bit. You refuse to pull 10,000 mystery shards for a guaranteed legendary. I mean, I would. I'm sure we can make a paid service for that. We were talking about that the other day. Would people want to pay for people just to pull mystery shards for them? It would probably be the most... Like, I would imagine of the takeover crew that we've got, it would be like, I don't want to do that. Someone else can take that one. Hey, SGT. SGT. We're running out of silver here. We might have to go farm some silver. It's kind of low rolled. Could be good though. Stone skin is always difficult to get rid of because you just never know when it's going to be good. That's kind of low rolly, so I'm going to sell that one. I'll sell this one as well. We just want crit rate here, otherwise it's sell. Oh, I mean, accuracy is pretty good as well. It's probably worth keeping. Okay, so we gear cleansed a bit more. Still got more to go though. I think accessories is the big one I have to do. We just try and get all of the gear out here that refused. Deal with accessories another time, or at least in a bit. So much gear. Oh, there's so much to cleanse still. Look at it all. Oh, I got about 100 out of the inbox. It's better than nothing. Does this have silver? It's tempting. It does. How much silver would it take to pull 10,000 mysteries? Well, it's what, 500 a shard? So 5 million, right? Hey, Tort. I am okay. I am good. If you have 10,000 mystery shards, you most likely have good Legos in the game. Oh, yeah, probably. But he's still worth it if you haven't got him. I'm a hoarder. I've got to have the champions. Do you know how difficult it was for me not to go and try and get Supreme Kill? It was hard. Fiction had to say, no, be good. It's crazy money. Be ethically, set your ethical standard out and stop trying to, like, skirt your way around it. Which I did. Didn't even consider it. I didn't even look. Yeah, there's a feeding cost as well, but the question was, how much would it cost to summon them? Well, at least 5 million silver. So, you believe that Tatira's hero's path? Oh, I can check that. I'm probably sure. I'm pretty sure I made a Tatira's. This one? No. Must be this one. It was 27 sacred shards. Right? How do I zoom in here? $27 sacred shards. If my math is still correct. But what you got to remember with the hero's path, the void shards are the valuable one, right? Sacreds are valued less on a tutorial's, on a hero's path than sort of comparing it to like a summon rush. So the equivalency of 27 sacreds here is to 111 voids. And if you think about 111 voids, it's worth 120 on a summon rush. So I think this 27 is higher than average for a summon rush, right? It wouldn't be the same thing because you don't get as many points. I'm pretty sure you only get 4,500, not 5,000. If you think you get 100, you get 10 for an ancient, 100 or 20 for an ancient, 120 for a void, and 500 for a sacred. So if you were to just figure that out here, you're getting slightly less for your ancient, slightly less for your void, a lot less for your sacred. So void shards always work out the best, in my opinion, for Hero's Path. It could be 25 sacreds. I have no idea. It's like, we've not seen this event before, so it could be absolutely anything. I'm pretty confident that if I pulled all my shards, I'll get it tomorrow. Right? I've got basically, was it 6 times 500? So I've got on hand here 3,000 points there, plus another 720, so that's 3,720. And then if I wanted to really go ham, I've got another, right, if the calculator's going to work. It's not going to work because the calculator's, so another 3,000. So I got about 7,000 points here. And I'm also about to get the sacred from the hero's path. There's another 500. So I could probably get 7,500 points tomorrow if I wanted to pull everything. I've also got a Sacred here. It's another one. And some more Void Shards. So I've got enough shards I can probably do it. And I will do it because why not? So, Saf, what non-Void champs do you think player would ever give out in a guaranteed way? Would never? Kymar? They'll never give a Kymar out guaranteed. They'll never give a Duchess out guaranteed. They would probably never give out a Theodore. It's never going to come out guaranteed. Other non-void legendaries that I can think of. Like Duchess and Kymar is the main obvious ones. Probably Harima. I would think they won't do Harima. They probably yeah, I don't think Harima would come out. Just going through here now, looking at which ones would I say they wouldn't do. There's actually not that many super powerful ones. Like, the ones that are super powerful that we actually have, they've already done. I can't imagine they'll ever do Pythian, for example. That was a fusion. Valkyrie won't. Marta won't. The counterattack champions will never be guaranteed because they're too rare. They'll want to keep the rarity of them. So they'll never do those ones. I think that's about it. To be honest. All the others, I think, would be perfectly fine. You know, we've already had some of them. There's probably Kymar, Duchess, Pythian, the counterattack champions. Those are the ones they'll never do. All right, Trev, thanks for hanging out. I'll catch you later. Right, what are we going to do? I need a bit of silver, so I'm going to go spam Spider a little bit. We're just going to spam Spider a little bit, because I need a bit of silver. I need a break from gear cleansing as well. For the Summon Rush, do you think they keep Ancients at 20 points per shard or increase it to 50? Oh, it'll be the same event, Elzebub. They will keep the point exactly how it is right now. Might as well use all these, sell 5-star. Off we go. So what I want to kind of look at a little bit is what I actually want to know. I was curious about this. So I've got 651 total champions in my account. I'm not Hellhades, Alan. I am Saphira. Unfortunately, I do not hold the title of Hellhades. That is held by Hellhades himself. But I'm okay. Thanks for asking. It's funny, actually. Someone direct messaged me earlier as if they had direct messaged Hellhades to say that they have a cool idea that maybe him and myself can actually get involved with. As he was almost like sending me a message as if he's not talking to me, but asking for me to be involved in something that he's not talking to. I was very confused. I was like, it feels like I'm like looking outside the building, looking in. So I've got 651 champions. It's all right, Alan. I don't mind. Call me HH if you want. That means I got a Lamborghini in the garage, right? If I'm Hellhades. Is that correct? Is that the truth? So I've got 651 champions. Of those 651, I currently have 150 that are awakened. How nuts is that? 150 awakened. And that's not counting all the other champions I've got in my soul that I could awaken. And in terms of high awakening, I have 28 that are over 4-star. It's kind of nuts. How many are booked? 107 out of 150 are fully booked. 135 out of 106, So it's basically only 15 that aren't booked at all. Sometimes I'll only book certain amounts to a certain point in time. Like, I'm pretty sure, for example, I haven't fully booked Vladimir because it's like 1-5% damage or something. out of all of my champions, how many are booked? So I have 651 champions. I fully booked 194, and I've partially booked 274. Insane, right? Granted, lots of these faction dupes and, you know, loads of other things. Yeah, he's got a an estate, you know, Philip. Rolls out into the tennis courts. You know. To be fair, he's got such great... we were actually looking at internet access because he was having a few problems with his internet the other day, and we were like, why is your download speed so slow? And he's like, I live in the middle of a street that doesn't have internet. I fell for him. I was like, you didn't plan that out very well. Is Constantine's passive broken? I thought his block revive only worked when Vlad was on the same team. His block revive works depending on factions. So they made a change to his passive. He'll always block revive Undead Horde, Demon Spawn, and Night Revenants. However, if Vlad is on the team, he's gonna block revive everything. Cheers, Gelner. Have a nice evening. Yeah, I've taken Fiction's place in the basement now. Fiction's been promoted up into, like, upstairs now. He's got his office. He's loving life. Does he have stables? Probably. I mean, he's got to put his Lamborghini somewhere, right? Yeah, so that's why you're seeing it SGT. He will always block revive Undead Horde, Demon Spawn, Night Revenants. That was a change they made to his kit about a couple of patch windows ago. But now it'll be if there's a Vlad on the team, then all enemies will block revive. Where before, it used to require Vlad to be on the team for any of his block revive mechanics. So we're just farming up some silver so we can continue on the next path. I have account with HH Gaming, but I want to move to paying for membership rank. Could you help me, please? Yes. What is the issue you're having, Alan? You should be able to upgrade your membership. If it's saying you can't upgrade your membership, drop me a DM on Discord, because probably it's more than likely you've got like a pending membership that needs to be cleared from back in the day. So yeah, just ping me a DM if you're having any bugs, Alan. But yeah, you should just be able to upgrade. It's pretty stable. Do you use rare faction guardians? On some factions. So I've done it for factions where I use rare champions a lot, like Dark Elves, right? Because of Cold Hearts. I think I did it for Night Revs for the Renegade as well. But typically, most of them are empty. It's Epics fully and Legendaries fully. Is Ethos still God tier? Just pulled him. He's still a very strong nuker, Ryan. PvE wise, he's the best Nightmare campaign farmer. He's excellent at wave clearing and like potion keeps and stuff like that. He's kind of like one of the best, but like one of the best DIY nukers, right? If you just need someone to kill some waves, he's really good at doing that. Is he really good in arena anymore? No, he's fallen off. He doesn't hit hard enough anymore. But just generally, still really good. He's wearing a bandana doing claptrap. That's something he would do, to be fair. That is something he would do. We're actually going to Insomnia. Is it the Friday? Up in Birmingham? He's got a long drive ahead of him, so maybe you'll catch him driving up there in the maximum damage, like with coffee going, maximum tiredness. See ya, Space Toad. We're talking like over 4k attack. Yeah. So 4k attack's quite low. Like my Baron has got nearly 8k attack, so 7k attack. So hello, brother. Uma Demon, if anyone doesn't know, is my brother. Yeah, Alan, if you go to the membership page, you should be able to pick a higher tier, whichever one you want to support us with, and then it should let you through. If it doesn't, that just means there must be something clogged up in the background. Just send me a direct message with your membership username on Discord, and we can fix it after stream. Maximum distance. Are there any epic Nightmare campaign farmers? I think Skull Crown apparently can do it. There's not many. I use Fortis because I've got to find a use for the damn champion somewhere. So, I need to start thinking now, live arena strategies, in terms of the different champions we can use. So I think, from a live arena perspective, you can't take the Platinum Arena meta in detail, right? You can take the features of Platinum Arena, like what's strong and what's not strong in terms of blessings, in terms of the way you build champions and different things. But the whole Marichka, Taras, Harima lockout is not going to happen because I can just ban people away, right? I'm going to look at a champion and go, I can see you're trying to put Marichka, Taras together. I'm going to ban your Marichka and then I might pick the Taras even though I don't have him, or I might pick a counter to the Taras. Taras and Marichka on their own are a lot less problematic than together. So you also have to think about drafting, right? So I can't pick Baron. It's going to be depressing because basically my Baron will never, ever, ever get be allowed through. Now I could decide to put Baron in as bait. Basically have none of my gear on the Baron and just put him in as bait. So they always ban it. Because if someone sees this, they're banning it. A 5-star Baron, it's instant ban. I can almost force someone to ban it. I might not want to build that champion, but it'll force people to ban it. But I could try and put Necrit the Great up against it and then force someone to try and ban that. It's kind of awkward, really. You don't want to warlord a Baron. My Baron A1 can kill stuff. You know, I have some established teams. The problem I feel is I've got a lot of champions spread around the place. I've got 3 solid teams. I probably need to have like 5. I just think people are going to look at a 5-star Awakened Baron and go, dear God, I don't want to face that, and just ban it. Whether or not it makes sense or not, they're going to do it based on emotion. I've got a big question on Live Arena that they haven't been clear on. Can we see the other players' roster? I'm guessing no, so you could pretend to go for a combo they don't know how. No, you can't see their roster, no. They can draft whatever they want, I'm pretty sure. They obviously can't, like, if someone drafts a Baron, I can't pick a Baron in gold. In silver, there's no, I can pick as many duplicates as I want. I can put all my Barons up, right? You'll probably find that's how people kind of bait it. But it's like, I've got competent nukers, right? I can go Constantine. I can go Baron. I can go a Fennec style team. I could even go Yakal. I could go Vladimir as a nuker. I can go Abess as a nuker. There's so many nukers. I can go Traxxer as a nuker. I've got a lot of nukers. I've still got a Trunda in the wings if I want to use her. I've got a Shemnath that's built for Clan Boss. It says high damage. There's loads of things. I could even go a Turvold build. The challenge you're going to have is you have to pick, then they ban something. So you can't like change your course midway. Strategically, you have to kind of go in knowing what you're going to fight against this team. It's going to be difficult to adapt. So you almost need to have like lots of, if this happens, then what do I do? If they pick this, how do I counter it? If this picks, how do I counter that? You can't go in with a, it's a bit like when you play League of Legends or something like that. When you see teams draft, you can't just brute force a pick. It's not going to work. You have to think about how it's going to work with your opposition, which is the big difference with Live Arena. When you're going in Classic Arena or 3v3, you're looking at the team and going, okay, their win condition is Baron, so as long as I just stop the Baron, I win the game. You don't know that because you don't know what their win condition is going to be until they pick it. So almost like the first picks are going to be like, I'm just going to pick something that's like safe. In gold as well, you've got to also think about like pick order. If I'm first, then I might want to pick up a champion. Like, whoever goes first is going to want Duchess. I feel like Duchess is going to be such a high priority pick. But then you could just ban the Duchess. But then, if you pick Pythian with that Duchess, knowing that they're going to ban the Duchess, it's really hard. It's going to be very difficult to kind of, like, think in terms of how you can build stuff. You need, like, I think you'll need basically more than Tag Team Arena champion builds in your locker that you can just pull and adapt if you need to, because you might need to pull like an emergency solution to something. The meta is going to be very dynamic because there is no meta anymore. There's good champions, there's strong champions, but there's not like a best in slot 4-man team anymore. And also, it's not offense versus defense either. It's offense versus offense. I'm picking offensively, you're picking offensively. You can't pick a stall team. So it's kind of like you're sitting there thinking, well, normally you'd pick Mortu, right? Because it's a defense solution. But then you're kind of like, well, Mortu's good if the enemy's picking a speed team. But if they're not picking a speed team, then Mortu's not very good. So Mortu kind of goes out of the window a little bit. It's going to be interesting. What if they have more than one Duchess? Well, they can only pick one Duchess in gold above Dreadnought. In gold above, everything is unique, right? So if an enemy picks a Duchess, I can't pick it. He can't pick another one. If an enemy picks Marichka, I can't pick it. He can't pick another one. It's unique. So it kind of creates in gold, a much more competitive angle. In gold, it'll be a lot harder. So, but like imagine they pick Rotus and I take away the Siphi. Or imagine they pick Siphi and I block the Rotus, right? That's how it kind of is going to be. A lot of the pairings that used to be really strong aren't going to happen anymore because you're just going to either pick it or ban it away. What would you think about a debuff that causes an enemy to take a chance to attack themselves on their allies? Yeah, it could be cool. Yeah, people like Solus, Ragash, going to be quite good. Like, I still think a good combo could be like Nekret. There you go, got rid of some silver. Let's just sell all this. Right, we're up to 2.5 million. Grab ourselves a few more Dungeon Diver points. When does this end? Tomorrow. So, like, for example, we could build some cool teams here, right? Where... Question, as a premium legendary member, does that include the YouTube membership, or is that something I have to pay $2.99 along with? Yeah, so the website membership isn't tied to the YouTube, but that's why we've got the YouTube membership here as an optional kind of thing. I don't expect anyone to pay for YouTube membership. It's on top. If you want to support the channel, great, that's awesome, it's really cool, right? I don't know whether we can integrate things with the website. We haven't really explored it, Von Rot, but it might be something we explore. But yeah, it's not included. But as you're a legendary member, you can always DM me and you might get special access, something potentially. I didn't say that out loud. But we appreciate you. Thank you for being a legendary member. Really appreciate that. It's just that it's not automatically connected. So it's a bit of a nightmare to automatically manage, if that makes sense. So, like, I've got some cool team concepts, right? So this is obviously... Where is it? So this is like one of my strongest ones. Have you made it to the final reward? I'm like 1,000 points away. What stage do you farm for normal dungeons? I'm always the highest dungeon, so I do 25. I just do 25 for everything. So yeah, so this is like a strong team. Now the problem is, if they ban my Fenax, what's my win condition? So I could put Baron up against this, right? I could draft Duchess, Pythian, Nekret, Fenax, Baron. It's a fair possibility. If I pick Duchess first, they pick Nekret. And if that's the case, how do I keep my Baron alive? This is the problem you've got, right? Pythian is fine. If they pick the Pythian away, I can find an alternative. I can go for a Bolster Brogni, or I can go for a Isuga, or I could go for like Lydia in Bolster, or I can go for someone else in Bolster. There's options with the Pythian. These two are kind of linchpin. So, but what I could do, and here's the thing, right? If I pick the Duchess first, and then he picks my Nekret, well, I can just ban his Nekret away. But I still got to figure out how I can keep up my Protector, right? So I kind of probably need a DPS that's in triple reaction. So what that means is you kind of start looking at, okay, artifacts-wise, what is my reaction set like? You know, I got pretty good options. Dwarves look good. You know, if we look at factions here, so we think, okay, what are the strong nukers? So we've got Sacred Order, which would be the Constantine. we kind of lack... Constantine's got 2. Do we have an attack ring? Don't have the attack ring. So that's not ideal. Dwarves. Attack. Crit damage. No attack banner. Problematic. I'm trying to think what other nukers we could possibly have. Like Baron is Bannerlords. So we've got 1 attack ring. No crit damage amulets. And an attack banner. So that's kind of out the question. Then you think, okay, what other nukers are there? Nothing on high elves. Barbarians. We've got an attack banner. A crit damage amulet. No attack ring. But we do have a defense. So if there's like a defense kind of basis, like there's no defense nukers in Barbarians. Ogrins. So we have an attack banner, a crit damage, and no attack rings. Lizardman, attack ring. Pretty poor. Skinwalkers, attack. No crit damage amulet. Orcs. No crit damage amulet. So you see, you're kind of like... If you haven't got the Necret and you haven't got the reaction, how do you keep your champions alive? Attack. No crit damage. Night Revenants. Attack. Crit damage. Attack. So Night Revs could be an option. We could look at like a Shemnath. What are the nukers have we got in Night Rev? Like if I had a Jorgid, like this would be where Jorgid comes in, right? We got a quad attack. Look how crazy this is. Attack with a quad attack percentage, crit damage amulet. We got 2 of them. And then we also have an attack banner. Okay, the attack banner is not that crazy, but it's an attack banner. And then you look at that and go, okay, well, it could have been Soulless if there was a defense banner. No defense banner, so he's out. But Jorgid would be the obvious candidate. I don't have him. You could go Bistophus or Shemnath as a joke, but... You could just go Stoneskin Nuker. So, I think, like, here's the problem. You can't really pick... Like, another team I could go with something like this. You can't really pick that, because the moment they see Cupidus come out, it's ban. Like, the moment you see a Cupidus or a Venus, you ban the crap out of it, because it just... it removes the partnership. Are there drop tables for the dungeons on the HH website? There's the Raid Stages tool, which I'm currently reworking at the moment. I was doing a lot of coding today. That has all the drop rates, but some of them are a little bit buggy, so hopefully I'm going to fix it when I rework it. Saf, do you have a link for RSL Helper? I do not. I don't. If you just Google RSL Helper, you'll find his Discord probably. The ban happens after all champions have been chosen, yeah. So this is the problem. If I pick Cupidus, like, they're just going to ban my Cupidus, so I can't actually... Cupidus is not an option that I can have, because... You just ban the Cupidus. Now, you could put Cupidus in as bait with Venus, but then you're wasting 2 spots in your team, which is kind of awkward. So I think Cupidus Venus is not going to get in the meta. It's just too easy to get rid of. It's too easy to defeat. So... What if you cheese it with Hefrak, a common champion, so you get his nuke in twice? Well, you just ban the Hefrak, no? And then if you have to have the common champion as you pick, then you've only got 2 champions you can use in the or 3 champions you can only use, right? So you basically waste the spot. Venus, Cupidus, Rota, Siphi. Yeah, but that's what I mean. The problem is, though... Here's the thing. If you draft Venus, Cupidus, Rota, Siphi, I ban your Venus, so now I ban your Cupidus, so now it's all on Rotus, and then I just pick something to counter your Siphi Rotus, because Siphi and Rotus on their own are not strong enough. You need, like, Necret, or you need Duchess, or you need Pythian, you need something with them, because I kill your Siphi, and then I kill your Rotus. Right? So, for example, say like it was Siphi Rotus. See if I can find a Siphi Rotus here. They were in Stoneskin. I don't really want to try him. Is there a Siffy Rotus here? Like, these types of teams won't exist anymore because they're too easy to counter. You can't have double Siffy either. Is there a Siffy? There's no Siffy Rotus here, is there? Let me try that one as an example. Right, so I could literally just run this. This is how you deal with Siffy Rotus. Always, we're actually going to have a really cool system for bosses specifically. My Crutrax is so fast. You just basically go like this. One down. That's kind of annoying. Because I'm now going to activate Stone Skin, which I didn't want to do. This is a bad example I was trying to show a test of because of Mithrala. But the idea is if Mithrala wasn't here, you'd be basically one-shotting everything. This is where the new champion comes in handy. Look how many buffs this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He'll do 70% maximum HP on top of his hits. This Siffy, everyone dies with the new guy on an AoE. Wow. Are these like nuke Siffys he's built? What a weird team. He's built nuke Siffys. I just want to beat it. What the hell, like? Who builds nuke Siffys, of all things? What a weird team that was. But here's a better example. So... if you had Siffy Rotus, right, you just basically kill one. I don't quite have enough damage. Really annoying. Cat, you're in the way. You're in the way. Move it out of the way. Come on. I probably should have stopped the Trunder. There we go. I actually think Traxxas might be quite cool. Pick them off one by one. So you just basically, like, my Crutrax is not built very high damage because she was built for testing the finite. So like she's only like 5.5 and 150% crit damage. But imagine if she's high crit damage, right? You're basically one-shot one Siffy and then kill the Rotus. Easy. So like Crutrax is a counter to those duo. I don't have a link for RSL Helper, sorry, no. That Mithrala nonsense. I have to deal with Hex. Ugh, Stone Skin is such a pain in the backside, isn't it? Sometimes you get lucky like that. So that's a viable counter, I guess. Crutrax to some things. So No. I want to climb as fast as possible. Sebastian, what you're going to understand is there's going to be an arms race to get into gold. I actually want to climb as quickly as possible so I get into gold quickly because I fear I'm going to get stuck in silver and I do not want to get stuck in silver. So yeah, so I kind of need to build like an arsenal. I think I need to build like 2 to 3 nukers that can counter other nukers. So like Baron is just going to get permabanned in live arena. He's just going to get permabanned. If I put my Baron up into any team, it's going to get permabanned. Speed teams could potentially still have validity, especially early on. Like probably just blow everything up. And you've got to keep in mind that Classic Arena, it's going to be like Classic Arena Live. So it's not like I'm going to be fighting in Platinum tier. Once I get up to Gold tier, I'll win trade. I don't really care. I'll keep myself out of the top range, and I'll just leave myself in Gold 5, the equivalency of Gold 5 in Classic Arena, in Live Arena, which would be like Gold 3 or Gold 4, because everyone is going to naturally navigate up, because you don't lose enough. You don't decay at all, right? We decay naturally when people attack me, right? I lose 8 points. So there's a natural amount of decay on Classic Arena. Live Arena, you will only decay if you lose. So if you don't lose, you don't decay, which means how do you actually fill the lower population? Which means you stay up where you need to stay. So I'm probably going to be ranking up against loads of, without being mean, average players, because they're going to naturally climb up into the higher tiers. And then basically Gold 3 and Gold 4 Live Arena is going to be everyone. Nobody's going to be in Silver. So isn't it unfair for CCs to participate like normal players in CvC and Live Arena when they get so much free stuff? No, because the free stuff is nothing. They don't get that much free stuff. Honestly, the free stuff is probably worth like 20,000 CvC points at best. I can make 20,000 CvC points by just running Tag Team Arena once with 15 gems. It's, well, not 20,000, but you know what I mean. It's really not that big a deal. They don't get enough. What's the best way to handle petrification? Block debuffs when you have the Hex up, or cleanse. Yes, once you're in Silver, you will lose point for losses, Zeus Spot. But what I'm saying is, unless I queue up, I will not lose points. And I only naturally decay if I don't fight once in 5 days. So effectively, right now, if I didn't do any fights and I got attacked, I would naturally decay. I'd keep going down. But in Live Arena, the only way that I decay is if I don't fight. And if all I want to do is fight once, right, as an example, then I'm never going down into Silver, which means as a majority, most people will be in the higher arena winning more than they will be losing, because it's far easier to win an arena matchup than it is to lose an arena matchup. And I don't think people are naturally going to decay down. It's just going to be like Classic, right? It's going to be like Classic, where everyone just sits in Gold 5 and wins. Just going to trade. Because I'll win some fights. Okay, I'll go drop down the next fight. I'll win. You'll just stay up in there. So, yeah, you lose points in Silver and Gold, but not Bronze. But you don't lose enough. And you won't lose as much as you think. Hey, Carnifex. So I'm literally I will probably spend all of my time in the 2-hour windows grinding the crap out of Live Arena to climb as quickly as possible. I want to get out of the heart. I want to get up to the top step as quickly as possible. Because my goal is to get to 4,000 as soon as possible, like within the first 6 weeks. But yeah, so that's what I think I need to do, is basically look at all these things and go, okay, I need I need a couple of strong nukers. So probably Crutrax is the best single target nuker I've got. Probably need to build out Constantine stronger than he currently is, because I think he's better than Trunda. I don't have a Jorgid the Broken. And probably need to rebuild Turvold as well. That gives you 3 options. Necra is a ban option, so I need a counter. I need a balance. In fact, if Necra gets picked, I can pick someone out. I can pick someone who can be equally as good to protect my team. And yeah. They have to main ref, right? So imagine if I've got 50 fights, I win 25 and I gain 5 points per win. So that's 50 points or whatever it is. What, 25 times 5 is not 50 points, is it, Paul? It's like fucking... Can't do math today. 125, right? So if you've got... Here's the thing, right? This is why I don't think anyone's going to naturally decay. Okay? So if I've got a win is 5. Looks like it's 5 points, right? So if I fight 50 times, and I lose 25, and I started on 900, say like I started on 1500 points, right? Well, I'm going to get that times that, right? And then I'm going to get that times that. So if you gain 5 and lose 5, you go nowhere. So how does anyone climb? How do you progress? You don't, basically. This is why they had to add daily limits to how many times you can lose in Classic Arena, because effectively you had a finite amount of wins and an infinite amount of losses, so you were negative scoring. Then they reset it every week, which meant that the population numbers were dropping and dropping and dropping, and nobody could get into gold. So if it's an equal distribution, it means you're never going to climb. So I think it's going to be something like this. You lose 2 points and you win 5. So if you have a, say like it's on 50 fights, right? So say like you have a, so if I do fights 50 and win rate. So I think the most efficient way to do it is you fight 10 fights with your free stuff, 5 free, 5 refill. Then you buy 2 for 35 gems or 30 gems. So you'll get 20 fights a day. So I think daily you'll get 20 fights. If you start with a 50% win rate, right, then we can go equals that times that equals that times that. Then you're going to gain, it's like daily gain here. So if we just do this, starting LP, ending LP, gain daily is basically bit, you know, it's not a stream if we don't have a spreadsheet on here, right? So you're going to gain 30 a day, right? So if your win rate is 50%, but if it was 5 out of 5, you go nowhere, right? It's pointless. Okay? Pointless. Now I know it's a 5 win because I saw it on bronze. Whether you get more wins as you climb higher, I don't know. Whether there is, like, say like I'm 20 points difference with my opponent, then I get 10 wins. Who knows if it's like Classic Arena, right? We know if you look at Classic Arena here, like if they're lower ranked than you, then you get less LP, call it whatever you want, league points, ranking points. If they're a lot higher, then you get a lot more, right? So it could be more deviation, but it's certainly not going to be 5 wins, 5 points for a win and 5 points for a loss. Otherwise, there's going to be no growth. You're essentially going to be in like this plateau. Every player is going to go there. Oh, I've lost there. And what you'll do is you'll just eventually pull people back and back and back and back and back, and there won't be a population at the higher end. So I think it's going to be more like a 5-2, which means, yes, if you're at a negative win rate, look how much you can lose and not go anywhere. If you don't win any of your fights, it's a negative win rate. I should actually have, sorry. I've done this wrong. Hang on 1 second. I've done a bad math. Done bad math. I need to do... There you go. So if I'm on a 25% win rate, I lose points, right? So if I lose 5, win 5, then I start decaying. But if I'm at 75, then I start climbing a lot more. So I think that's the way it's going to go, that you're going to gain more than you lose, because otherwise it's not going to climb. If it's like, well, they've just readjusted League ASOL, so you actually get more LP now when you win and lose. So it's better. For live, it works. You will gain your win rate is above. Yeah. Well, I think you'll gain anyway. Like, I don't think you can have this, right? Because it's not enough gain. Look how little that gain is. Do you know how long it will take you to get to gold 3? If that, like, if you only get, so say like my win rate was 75% over 20 fights a day. If I did it free to play, just as an example, and I did, let's just round it like this. So say like I won 7 of my 10 fights a day, right? I need to get to 4,000 to get to gold 3. So that's going to take me 200 days if that's the case. 200 days. If it's equal. Like, it's not going to happen like that. That's not a balanced system. Well, gold tag, if you think about it, is every week you get promoted. If you promote every single week, it's maximum 9 weeks. Which is 63 days. There's no way it's going to take you, like, I'm talking free to play, right? So even if they expect you to spend some money, it's still going to take you 100 days if you buy the 2 refills, if you're winning at 70%, if it was an equal win-loss ratio, and that's going on a 40-a-day win. Now, you start, I suppose, at 900, so okay, well, maybe we should basically call it 3,000 ranking points to get there. 75 days. It's not going to happen. I think it's going to be like this. That's what I think it's going to be like. I think it's going to be half the amount you lose. You gain 5, you lose half the amount. So that there's a natural growth. Well, no, Ryan, because I think a bunch of people will get 100% win rate. I think early on you'll be able to win pretty much any matchup because you're going to get matched up with pretty much everyone in the community, and I'm going to have powerful champions. I'm just going to be faster. And I know most of the names. I'm looking at clan tags. I'm looking at different things. So if I see a clan tag, I'll go more defensive. If I don't see a clan tag, I'll just go full nuke and win. So I think early on, you'll be able to get those. Like, basically, if you fight 20 a day, it's going to take you about 30 days if you win every single fight. But that's what I think is going to happen. I think you're going to gain 5. You're going to lose about half of that so that you always have a natural growth. You know, even at like, the only way you lose is if you're really bad. If you're like 30% or less, then you're really bad. Then you start decaying. Because otherwise, you will create a system where people don't feel like, why do people, do you wonder why nobody does tag team? Because they can't get into gold. And because they can't get into gold, they don't get any rewards. And because they don't get any rewards, they don't engage with the system. That's what you'll create if you create a system that does this. If I lose more than I win, I'm always going down. That'll create a negative system and people will not engage with it. So I think it will be like this, right? So say like your equal win-loss, I think it's going to be like this. You're naturally growing still. Even if I only win half of my fights, I'm still climbing the leaderboard. Yeah, I mean, it could be you get more at a higher rank. So I only looked at the video so far, and all we saw was like the first few fights when you won it, you got +5 at bronze. So maybe at like gold, you get +10, or maybe if the distribution between your opponent in terms of ranking points is wider, you get more points. I don't know. But this is what I mean. Like, I think it'll be like that. Because otherwise you just create negative, you create like a depression of the points, if that makes sense. Like, basically you're always in a negative spiral, which means that you're not going to want to engage with the system. And the system, because it's live, it depends on people playing the game mode. You have to be playing the game mode. If you're not you can't just have like a normal defense in that people can fight. If you're not queuing up, there's no population, then the game mode is dead. So they will have built this with the knowledge, thinking, well, we got to incentivize people to play the game mode. It can't be just like Tag Team Arena, where we'll figure it out in 6 months' time. When it goes live, there has to be a reasonable encouragement in both the rewards, the gameplay, and also the model that encourages me to play as a player. Otherwise, it's going to be dead on arrival. Do you think main arena will fall off? Nah. I think people will still go for the ego trip of Classic Arena Platinum. But what you might find is a lot of these players up here don't push as hard. It also depends on the reward structure from the Great Hall chest. If the Great Hall chest of trading in these medals is good, then you might find people will do it. There's a very high possibility they make bots happen in silver, because eventually I think people will climb into gold and then there will be no one to fight in silver. So that's the thing, right? And what you got to remember is the Great Hall, the new Great Hall, is area bonus specific. It's not essential. It's a bonus. Whereas normal Great Hall is essential for competitive gameplay. This applies in arena. The other stuff doesn't. And you don't need the other stuff. I don't need 20% more ignore defense. It's just on top. It's helpful. I don't need it. So that'll be a big thing as well, because people will go, well, I'm not quite upgraded my Great Hall. Well, it doesn't really matter because I've got my main Great Hall that's already maxed out. Easy. So any thoughts when it will go live? I think like Wednesday time. Speed tunes, yeah, optimizer is going to be a pain in the ass, Ryan. We're going to have to basically figure out what area you're in and then give you bonus stats for that area. Do we then have it in the build or not? Like, it's so complicated on the optimizer. We're going to have to think of how the UI is going to work to make it logical for players. Yeah, but main ref, they're not going to add many more hard mode dungeon stages for a while. Like, it's at least 6 months out. That's what I'm saying. A lot of players will not engage with this system if they feel like this, right? If I'm this, I will not. I can 100% guarantee you, if players fight 10 live arena battles and they walk away with no points gained after the end, they will stop playing the game mode because they don't feel like they're progressing. So this is why I don't think this is possible, because otherwise you just don't go anywhere. You just get stuck. Like, that's going to be boring for players. They'll stop playing, then your population levels drop, and then nobody can find matches, which means the players that want to play it stop playing it because they can't find a match and they've got better things to do with their time, and then the thing's dead. So, but I could be wrong. Once I get the static information out of the game client and I start looking at all the numbers and everything, I'll have much more information. This is just me thinking, if I'm designing the game and I'm looking at the game mode and the risks involved with having something that requires matchmaking, the last thing you want to do is disincentivize matchmaking. It's the first thing you want to stop. It's the first thing you try to make sure that doesn't happen, is the players don't feel like they want to match up, because it kills things on arrival. And they do need it to hit. They've been bigging up PvP changes for like 28 months. If the PvP thing they bring in is dead within the first month, it's a pretty major problem for the whole thing. The whole thing kind of is a big problem. So, yeah, we'll have to see. You can't also, like, to be fair to them, they can't really predict what the players are going to do. So if players start trolling and finding ways to exploit it, well, that's kind of awkward. There's not much they can do with that. They'll have thought about the best way to deal with something, but, you know. The key thing for me is trying to make the fights go as quickly as possible, because you've only got a 2-hour window, and I want to get all my fights in as quickly as possible, right? I want to get 20 fights in that 2-hour window, because they've done it over time zone. So really, for me as a British person, I've got 2 windows that I can do it in. So I've got to get 20 fights in 2 windows. And if an average fight takes 5 minutes, like say an average fight takes 10 minutes, I've got 200 minutes, right? So that's like 3 hours. So I need to get 20 of my fights in 3.5 hours if it's average fight in 10 minutes. That's also counting in now the time for winning the fight, matchmaking, pick ban, all this extra duration. Like, it's actually quite a small window of time to fight. You might, like, people might struggle to get it done. Well, yeah, Bozers. Like, some of the fights now take 10 minutes, don't they? I'm probably underestimating, if anything. Will they add an advanced quest? I don't think they will. Could be wrong though. Maybe they do. It looked like the quests were built into the actual live arena system. It didn't look like it was connected with the other systems. So it looked like if you had a refill when you did 5 live arena battles, right? That's what it looked like. Disappointment. I shouldn't have leveled that. I don't know why I kept leveling. That was awful. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of catch-up mechanics needed for players that start in the game. Like, there's no way a new player can compete with me. My account is too strong. Well, that's a big banner. I mean, this is a kind of a bad ring. We kind of wanted to like quad roll, but it's not a great ring. I always tend to keep all of this this stuff just because you never know when you just need a reaction and they don't need to be the best. Yeah, you've got to look at it what it's going to be like when you look at tag 3 and 4, right? Tag 3 and 4, sometimes I can take me 7 minutes to fight 3 times. So, I don't know. It's kind of hard. Yeah, it's difficult for them to find the balance now because I've grinded for 3 years. So my account has got, like, Raid is an RNG game. So the more time I have, the more I can roll, the better chance, right? The more chance I get at triple rolls, the more chance I get a better gear, the more energy I've had to use to get better chances of better gear. That doesn't mean a new player can't rock up really high roll and do an odd one game in terms of luck for just gear alone. But, which is actually what I did in my free-to-play a little bit. But, generally speaking, a new player is always going to be behind the curve with me because as they're trying to climb to catch up with me, I'm just grinding more gear or being able to acquire more gear. I can farm things twice as fast as them. I can acquire things twice as fast as them, right? So they need some sort of catch-up mechanic for newer players somehow. Because otherwise, it's going to feel impossible for them to feel like they can partake. So... right, I'm just going to go grab a drink a little bit. So I will be right back. And then we kind of decide what we want to do. I've got it down to like 150, which I'm quite happy with. Most of this is just accessories that I got to cleanse at some point. But I'll be honest, I'm like pretty tired of cleansing gear. I didn't really mule anyone either. Like, we've got to go through all of this. Like, it's going to take ages to go through all of that. So we'll have a little think about what we want to do. Maybe we do a little bit of Hydra. Maybe we do a little bit of like building some champions out. I haven't got a lot of silver to do that with. But we'll see. But I'm just going to grab a drink and I will be right back.
Something feels missing, something's not right. I had it all written, but the ink never dried. Throw out the page, what do I say? If all I thought I wanted went running away. One deep breath out, one deep breath in. Again, again, again. I don't wanna give up on a someday. Dreaming that one day it won't just be a dream anymore. I don't wanna let go of what could be, when everything it should be might be just behind the door. What my heart's been looking for. Something about darkness, there's no shape to judge. If you can't see it, forget what it was. All that's left is what you imagine. Yesterday's gone, neither triumphant or tragic. One deep breath in, one deep breath out. Again, again, again. I don't wanna give up on the someday. Dreaming that one day.
Hello, I'm back. How was chair gaming? Sorry, needed a cup of tea. Tried to find some paracetamol for the aches and pains of having braces, and I only found cold tablets. So technically, I officially have the flu at the moment. If anyone hasn't seen, by the way, Dead with Jedi's got some merch out now on his website. I nabbed myself one of these cool little mugs. I feel like a Jedi. It's on his website. Go check it out. It's really cool. Oh, right. So what do we want to do? Like, I have no silver, which is kind of a sticking point. I have nothing to do on my account because I have no silver. I have been awakening. So, funny enough, guys, I do have a 2-star Michinaki soul. I do have a 3-star Supreme Hellhades soul that I managed to nab from Hydra. So when we summon the Supreme Hellhades, I've got a 3-star soul ready for it to go, ready for it to rock and roll. It's oh god, this song's a bit depressing, isn't it? Let's get some dramatic music on here. I know. I mean, have I got any like terrible 5-star gear? I'm pretty sure the only 5-star rare gear I have here is all refresh, because you just never know when refresh is going to be good, so I keep all that. I wish I could just say, give me all the 5-star gear. That is not refresh. I mean, I have pretty much sold most of this stuff, mine, to be fair. The only stuff I've really got here are really decent pieces. Well, that's not really a decent piece, I guess. That one probably can go. I'm keeping more silver watches just because I don't have an awful lot. So I did. So yeah, I made a 6-star Roxham. I'm probably not going to keep Roxham in Crush and Rend. If I'm being honest, I probably won't keep it in Crush and Rend. I'm probably thinking of changing this out into this, because I think this is going to be really strong. So whenever an enemy gets revived on the enemy team, they lose 40% of their maximum HP, and I get 30% turn meter for every champion revived. It's kind of mental, right? It's not exactly like a damaging blessing. It would be better on a support champion, but you need like the high awakening to really get the value out of it. You can destroy up to 60% of a revive, right? So let me just show you Let me see if I can find a reviving team that this works really nicely into. Is there a Marichka team? There is a Marichka team. Watch this. Now, I probably can't win this fight, but it's a good example of why I think it could be quite powerful. Oh, I need to change the blessing. Do I want to change the blessing? Let's do it on... first one, let's do it on a this dude. He's got 4-star, right? I've got 4-star on him. So 4-star is going to give me 20% maximum, 10% fill. Look how good this is going to be. What's the limit on destroyed HP? 60%. Now, the only thing I didn't really factor in here is I actually need them to die first. I should have probably built a win condition here. My bad. Maybe need to have changed this team out a little bit. Whoops. Probably need to take the Pythian out here. Need something that's going to kill. Banax, maybe. Yeah, we can do... we don't want to block revive, do we? It's like... Why is nothing easy to test tonight? Honestly. It's like... I get cleansed away, probably. Oh, wait, I've done Fenax. Fenax is going to block revive. Ah. Can I kill someone? Yes. I killed someone. Now I need to kill Marichka or Pythian. There we go. Right. First knockdown. Let's do that. Killed him again. Hopefully we get another revive. Got to kill this this chick. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to not use his A1. There you go. It's fine. I can't. I can't. Oh, I don't. I'm not very good at testing things tonight. Oh. We got the revive off, though. That's fine. Look. Decayed it again. So when they're coming back alive, they're much easier to take back down again because they haven't got any HP. Has he got to revive, or are they dead? He's dead. Marichka's not that OP. I beat her with Vlad. Let's not use Fenax as a testing point there. That was a bit of a bad example. Let's try this one. Let's get rid of Fenax. Do I not have any damage dealers that don't block revive? Seriously. Marichka does. Yeah, that's a fair point. It's a fair point. Right, go hit that target there. Ooh, that did a bit of damage. You just talk a little bit how broken Vlad is in this team. Vlad's kind of like wrecking them. I actually think he's going to kill her. Oh. Revive. Revive. Look at that maximum HP destruction. Okay, they're not exactly high-end teams, but the maximum HP reduction is what I think is going to be really good. If you like, I think Marichka's going to be one of those permabans. You just permaban Marichka whenever you see it. It's just so much easier. You have to worry about it then. Look how much damage he's doing. I mean, I don't know how good these teams are. So that's the only problem when you're testing it. Let's try it against this team. It's a 5-star Soul Reap Mother Sibel. Is she going to take me out? Oh well. There goes the revive. I'm not built that fast. This is how trash goal 5 is. I'm like mid to high goal 5. And I haven't even got any speed or anything on them. Like, what is going on? Look, this is tankier. Let's try this one. That should be more fun. I'm going to get absolutely destroyed by the... Literally can't do anything for the time being because... Oh, that's a nasty little Mountain King. The question is, will we actually kill anyone before we actually get to test this? Let's find out. No. I didn't factor in the possibility of not killing someone in my test subject here. Eek. Right, okay, we can do stuff. I still can't do anything. Well, he died. Well, we found a tankier team. Now I can't kill anything. Because Pythian is doing a number on us. That was a big damage. Oh, I need to kill someone. Oh, that hurt. You cannot die. Kill someone. Oh my god. Pythian healing is nuts in this team. He's healing so much. Can we kill someone? Please kill someone. No. No. We've locked out the Mountain King. Yay, we killed someone. We got the harvest off. Well, I don't even know what I'm testing anymore. But of course, when you do maximum HP destruction, then you're going to reduce the enemy's healing if it's targeted healing. So it's kind of a concept I'm playing with is like, if we're dealing with this situation where you've got double revive, you haven't got block revive, what's the answer? Well, if I can kill them better than I currently can kill them, because let's face it, the champions I have chosen are not very good. And now, because he's dead, I'm not getting the blessing activated. Which is fine. This is actually easy to beat, though. Like, if I just put proper champions in, I'd have beaten this by now. Like, Bellinor's probably built terribly. It's quite right. I don't know. I don't even know why I'm still fighting this. I think I can win it still. Just need to get a right rotation in. Let's get that back into protection. The Pythian is just bonker strong. Oh, that hurts. I'm actually reducing on the A1 for Vlad as well. Vlad is not actually a terrible champion here. Duchess, don't die, Duchess. Duchess is gonna die. Probably. Oh well. I've no idea what I'm testing anymore. This won't be the live arena fights, right? Because what I would do is this. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oof. Oh, we didn't have increased attack that time. Bye-bye. Why is Necret so good here? Because Necret provides the decreased attack which enables Constantine and Phenax's A1. He's a monster. I'm actually thinking maybe I need to put more effort into my Vladimir and Constantine. Maybe we just have a quick look at rebuilding Constantine out right now. Because I know he's not in as high a damage build as I can get him. Like this team here, for example, they're not the best teams in the world. Like, we know this is not the highest tier of arena. But you can either open with the A1 or the A2. Like, you could build your Vlad with a bit more accuracy. And then it's like, okay, you've done cool, bye. It's like, oh, you're alive, you? You're dead. Yeah, but that's what I mean. So basically, you need to have a solution that Necret doesn't require. So you need like a bolster support Necret. I just run bolster Pythian. Right? I'll just run bolster Pythian with it. It's fine. How will you get them both into the fight without getting one banned? Well, the good thing is, it doesn't really matter too much if one of them gets banned. Because he still block revives some of them. This is like, bye-bye. And to be honest, they'll ban the Necret before they ban the Vlad. Here's a good one to test. You know, they're going to ban the Necret before they ban the Vlad. You can't outban the entire composition. That's the key thing to remember here. This is a good test here. If I can get a good kill out, this is a great test because it's revive on death, so we can see the value of it. Yoink. But I don't think I'm going to be able to kill anyone before she gets a block damage up, which kind of sucks. I don't want to have to fight the block damage ally protection. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare now. Like a block of skills. Look how many buffs. Imagine the damage this new Quintus is going to do against these types of teams. Look at them. It's like 100% nuke. Okay, let's just throw out an AoE, see what we can do. Oh, we killed one. It's so good that Soul Reap can proc the passive of Constantine, so he blocks revives. It's so good. This is probably the most annoying Kyoku because it's super slow Kyoku. Let's just... But the thing about this is where like life harvest isn't going to matter because I'm just going to kill everyone. And every time they get close to death, they just die because of Constantine. It's when Constantine won't kill them is when this will be good, right? Do you notice though? I've just realized he got turn meter boost then. Does he still get turn meter boost even though you block revive? Because if that's the case, that's insane. I want to see that again. Can we find another constant Cardial team? Let's see if his this little rat his Rotus can kill me. Nope. All right. All right. Chill out. Not above. I want you to die. I kind of don't want to kill her. Because I was trying to... we need to find a reviver so I can see... You're going to be good. You're going to take a while. I think the Soul Reap Blessing, or the Life Harvest Blessing, still procced. Even... Oh my... Okay. Guess we'll just wait it out. Yeah, it could have been Dutchy. It's been a while since last week. Lots have happened. Who do I think is low resist? You. Nope. That's fine. We're just going to wait it out. They can't kill me because unless I actually attack their Mortu Macabre, they can't kill me. You just got to wait it out. It's just, you know, which is what we're doing. We've waited it out. Awesome. Now we just wait one more turn. For that to happen. Okay, well, apparently not. Thank you. I'll have all those buffs. Kill this stupid thing. Okay. Not cool. Not cool. Okay, so we got one boost back. I can't revive. So if they bring AoE damage dealers, you bring in Mortu. Yeah. But I just find Mortu such a difficult champion to make a win condition. That's what I generally find. I find it so hard to make him a win condition because, like, at least on AI, like, the thing is, if I see him, I'm just not going to attack him. Like now. I can basically just not attack him. I'm kind of being dumb here because I am attacking him when I shouldn't be. Come on, Duchess. So if I see a Mortu being drafted, I'll just pick champions at a single target. Yeah, I think AoE ones will be avoided a lot. I think. It's like, this is where he's kind of gross. It's actually really strong. Because you could, if you wanted to, lower the damage to Vlad, push Vlad straight up into a debuffer, even though you can't debuff, but for turn meter control, I guess, and make him tankier with a bolster set if you wanted to have him as secondary support and make Constantine more. I like him as damage, though. What's the worst live arena team 5 picks you can think of? Maneater, because I don't want to fight an unlimited unkillable. Let's take out you. The thing is, Constantine's A3 is underrated in terms of how strong it is. Constantine's A3 is as good as his A2. This ability here that I can just go, you're dead. Okay, well, we kind of didn't expect that. Of course, Swift Parry kind of still ruins the roost, but hey. Let's have a quick little optimization of Constantine. Because at the moment, Constantine is at 7,000 attack and 270% crit damage, which is a lot. It is a lot. But it's not exactly crazy because he's in, like, crit rate gloves. So I wonder what we can do if we build him full damage. He's in Laurel Steel at the moment. I need to be in damage mode. So I'm thinking we're going to be fighting like 4,500, maybe 100,000. Right. Champions. He's probably going to have increased attack on him. I reckon like 160 minimum speed. Like, what do we got? Attack with attack percentage. He's pretty much in the best banner I can put him in. There's not much better out there. Ideally, we want crit damage with attack. And order by attack, right? The best amulet for us is basically anything that's crit damage and attack. This would be really good But we also have to take into account there is a reaction piece, and that would mean that 23 plus 40, we do gain 58 attack. Is 58 attack worth losing 25% reaction? Probably not. Exclude from rolls? No, it's been there for a while. The rolls are not released yet. It's something I'm planning on doing eventually. It's been sidetracked with 101 other things we've got to do. So, you trade 58, which is like a little bit more damage, very small. So I think that's probably better. And then you want attack. Again, attack with attack percentage, sorted by attack percentage. What's the best ring? There is no good ring here, but Fenax, I could take Fenax's ring. That would be 170 more attack, which would be a 2% increase if we took Fenax's ring. I kind of don't want to do that. I like Fenax. And we are in kind of the best ring. So he's in the second best accessories that we've got. Or pretty much the best accessories, just except for the ring. Yeah, the rolls at the moment are basically debuff a PvE, PvP tank, turn meter booster, damage dealer. And then we're going to have our own champion power rating. It's just I've not looked at it in months because there have been so many things thrown at us. We haven't had a chance to really look at it. So we kind of want this. Best damage, glyphs. We're willing to go to like +5 attack, like 20 of this. We've got assuming max ascension. Let's see what we get. How many is it going to require? How many builds is it going to find? 342 billion. Okay. Oh, wow. There's a lot more builds here. Depends if it's savage or lethal, though. What is Search Limiter? So Search Limiter basically narrows the pool of available artifacts. So 70 or 60 is the default. Will normally get you a good sample. But if you can refine your request to like having very, like you see I took the accessories out. I can basically open up all artifacts at 100 to make sure that I've got the full best build. Pretty much I found generally 70 will find the same thing as 100. But I always like to go to 100 because I know what I'm doing. So we could go for 6.8k attack, 306% crit damage. That would be a 25% damage increase. But we would lose 40 speed. And it is taking gear from people I told it not to because I don't want to. I should have excluded one. But what I need to do now probably is spend a bit of time in Sand Devil. Probably I'll do that this weekend. I'll spend a lot of time in Sand Devil getting my basic gear up so that I can start trying to min-max and find different things. Because it could be that certain builds are going to be stronger now. There we go. But it's telling me to take it off Constantine, obviously, because Constantine built for damage. But you can see here, these gloves. It's replacing these gloves. Let's put up him into 1. Here, I found this over there. I probably just need to put like stage 7 on for like 70 runs. Because if you look in there here, I've got like these ones. I've done Baron. Didn't roll very well. Didn't roll very well. Rolled good. I've done none of Lads because at the moment it's just not like the way he's been built. Bess, she's in a weird build. Yakal, you know, I should probably be checking something like this. What I should be doing is basically going filter this attack percentage with crit rate equipped. anything here, this. Ascend. Ascend. I've got one already. Kind of nuts. That didn't work so well. Ascend. Ascend. That one didn't work. Send it. Ascend it. That's what I need to do. Go through all of them. Find all the ones that have rolled really well. Ascend them all. This one. This one probably. Not so much that one. It's 5-star. She needs that fully upgraded. This is like perfect what you want. You want attack on attack. Perfect. Ideally, you want like attack with crit rate. For a nuking... For basically an arena nuker, this kind of build. This is like what you want with attack percentage. Like this should probably be rolled and used. Got this. Let's roll that so I don't lose it. Perfect. Really, really good. So it's finding me a slightly less attack. 62% more crit damage. That's the build. It's taking Roxham's gloves. We're losing that shield we just put on Nogdar. 20% HP boots. It's keeping the boots on him that he's already got. Even though it's HP percentage maxed. But again, this. I should be awakening that because that made me 20% more. So I probably need, I would say... Like, how much oil do I have right now? Let's go run it quickly. Because my battle runs, like, it would be fast. It would be a lot of energy dump. Because what you want to find first, whenever you're using Sand Devil, you want to first find the pieces you want to take to max. Which is the initial dump of energy. You can see, my run is fast. It's dead. So I can do it pretty quickly. Shows same odds for rare, epic, and Lego gear on stage Dragon 5. Does it? Let me have a look. Dungeons. Dragon's Lair. Stage 5 hard. 0.8. 5, 12.24. So it will for epic, because epic doesn't change. But legendary gear should be increasing. 30.6, 14.44. Something's not right there. Oh, stage 5. There's a bug on stage 5. I need to actually fix it. There's actually a bug on stage 5 where it's not out of 1,000 units. It's out of 960. I need to reevaluate those two. It's only Dragon 2 and Dragon 5 the bug exists, I should say. I should add. Where's Trunda? I never use my Trunda anymore. She's just casually sitting in the vault with no gear. So this piece here, what you would want to do is ascend it, if you had enough oil, which I don't, to see if it's worth keeping. See if it's worth taking further. If it doesn't roll attack percentage, I'm not, like, the only stats I care about here is attack percentage. Sometimes you don't mind accuracy, but pretty much I want attack percentage. I wouldn't mind flat attack. Attack percentage is better. Because effectively, 20% attack for Constantine is 100, was it 200 odd attack? It's a lot. It really adds up. So, that's probably what I'm going to do. Probably just farm the crap out of... Sand Devil. If I can have that. Happy days. We'll do a few, shall we? Oops, Dragon Lair. Stage. I really hate that it drops you all the way down. I don't have gear, no. I don't. You think it's Supreme Hellhades instead of Trunda? I mean, for situations where you can debuff, she's a better damage dealer. She scales really hard on debuffs. The challenge is finding the situation to debuff. Like, I'll probably pull Supreme Hellhades, I will build a super hard, and I will put 10 debuffs on the clan boss and just to see if I can hit 1 million in one ability. I'll do it for the lols, like, but there's actually not a lot of places that I would use her, because I actually think I have, like, I think Baron just massively out damages her. So it's Sky Piercer and A1, so you basically go Baron A4 into Baron A1 and you just keep going. I actually found a use for Scar. Scartorsis is the first, it was my first legendary on this account, and I never 60'd him. 3 years ago I got him. But he serves a purpose here because I've got Whisper in 70% crit rate. So what I was noticing was she wants to open with A3 because if there's a decreased defense and weaken on the target, she gets an extra turn. So I've got her opening with A3, but until she does A2, she doesn't have increased crit rate, which means that she wasn't always 100% critting. So by bringing in Scartosis, I get my increased attack and I also get the increased crit rate. So I get both. It's the only champion that I could think of that could do it as fast as that as well. His animation is really quick. Just go back for how the gear cleanse. We got it down to like 150 in the inventory, Brissinger. I just got, to be honest, I've ran out of silver and I got a little tired of gear cleansing. But, you know, I got it down by a good chunk. So I use Whisper so much these days. I've been using Whisper in Hydra as well. Do I know of a good curry palace? So if I come to visit England, I can check it out. I am terrible for food, Emoji Man, because I'm a vegetarian. So trying to find somewhere for me to eat is like, I don't know, trying to walk a marathon. It's so hard. Yeah. I basically just ran out of silver, so I'll probably need to do another load. You know, prep work. But as I said, I'll probably... Oh, look at that. She's 3%. Always the decreased defense on weaken, she decides to 3%. Luckily, we got a relentless proc. Didn't do enough damage, though. It's not a problem normally. Because it's got some security built into it. If she just decides to 3%. Thanks for Riho. Yeah, so Mark, actually, the team, I've got her in a very glass cannon build. Like, I would say she's super glass cannon. Her dying wasn't the problem. The problem was I couldn't stop the Mischief Head picking on her. I can keep her alive a long time. She's not that tanky either. Because you just bring things like, if you got Duchess, you get like 25% damage reduction. If you bring in like Strengthen, it's another 25% damage reduction. You put Delay Death on her, you put in the AoE, you go the Mastery tree for defense. You can quickly build up a lot of tankiness on her. It's really strong. Yeah, exactly, Bill. It's always the damn burn, never the weaken. It's almost like the game is coded to really hate you. So, Saf, I know I can build a team that can tank the Sand Devil 25 nukes, but I only have one spot for damage. Who would you think of? Ninja. So, my team for... Like, I'll show you the build here, right? She is built full glass cannon, 35k HP, 7k attack. She's built like a blimming machine gun. And I'll show you, I'll quickly run a Hydra on. I won't run it fully, we'll just regroup. I'll show how I can keep her alive. This is the Sand Devil 24. I don't really run Sand Devil 25 with Drang anymore. I just prefer to run 24. It's pretty safe. How much accuracy do I have on Riho? 472. But that's the problem I've been having in Hydra for my Brutal team is it's not keeping her alive. It's just trying to control the Mischief Head if he gets a bit out of control. I do have like Krisk to be the Mischief tank, and I also have Skull Lord, and I have Duchess. They're all Mischief tanks. But if he just gets out of control, it's very hard. And I don't have a suitable block buffs champion outside of Ugo, which is in Nightmare. Which is why actually Michinaki might come into that team to deal with exclusively the Mischief Head. Because if the Mischief Head even gets going a little bit, I can just pick on him and kill him with Whisper. The hardest part with the team I had was I couldn't kill him because he didn't have Hex. So I couldn't even like go on Whisper and just kill it quickly, because Whisper can take a head down on Brutal really fast. Let's go ascend Twunders. We did get this, by the way. That's fully ascended now. Boom. I haven't ascended any Duchess stuff. I need to do that like that. I haven't ascended any of this. I got so much to go through because I've just been lazy. Pray for it. Attack percentage. Attack percentage. Attack percentage. Attack percentage. Attack percentage. It's not the worst. Could have been better. It's not the worst. What else we got going on here then? Dior Sheminath, accuracy. It's not a bad option, see, when you have accuracy like that on a PvE option. What else have we got going on here? We can do one more. It's not so good. Who else is built for damage? Like, this is another perfect example. This is absolute glory. If I ever get a very strong defense-based nuker, like Ragash a little bit, that's amazing. Not so much, but still okay. And you kind of want to start with bottom row, because bottom row gives you more value. Like, that is annoying. That's annoying. I'd never really do 5-star. I think I was just running low on resources. Amazing for speed. Now, Savage is not so good for speed. You don't want to go fast. But if you want a fast set, that's really good. Turvold. Bless him. Needs rebuilding. I need to do this now. That's going to have to go up. Because this probably means I can run faster now. I can run a faster speed. What do we get here? Ah, flat defense. That's got quad accuracy. Some of my gear's nuts. You know, because we got this at max. Max. Accuracy growing. Franox. That would be a pretty good boot to test. It's not really in Savage though. You kind of want like attack percentage with crit rate in Savage. What do we got? That's not bad. See, it's kind of gone like double roll there. It's waste. Neither of them are that good. That's the better one. But it's 21%. I guess sometimes it's not so bad having like crit damage. Like something like that. But even that's not amazing because it's rolled poorly. I'm off. Good night, guys. Thanks for stream. Good night, RS. What about Cruel? Do we have anything interesting here? That's 18% with it. That's pretty good. We tried that one, didn't roll very well. Like that one's probably insane, but I think we I don't think I've got any crit rate, crit damage gloves to do. So that's the other thing you're looking for, really, is crit damage on gloves. So I've done all these. Like, that's pretty good. Crit damage should be better, but I'll take attack percentage. That's pretty trash. No. That one's pretty good as well. Not tried that one. Then we've got 5-star. And then lethal-wise, what do we got here? Bad. Not so good. Pretty good for Mr. Mortu. Not so good. What about lethal? Look how gross that is. It's absolutely disgusting. It's 100% crit damage, 25% crit rate in one piece. One single artifact. It's not even mythical. And you get accuracy on top of it, and flat stat attack. Like, the only thing that could make that better is resistance, is attack. It's the only thing that improves that. HP percentage, not good. Defense, flat. We do have some of these, which are interesting, but, you know. What do we get here? Crit rate? Oh, that's pretty good. We'll keep that. Attack percentage with crit rate. What have we got? Poor. Ugh, rolled accuracy. Savage. We've got this piece, double crit. Again, there's no point really, in my opinion, awakening 5-stars unless they're really particularly good. Like, I always tend to find this finds its way into builds, so I did that one. Probably has some spear oil. This one is particularly good for PvE. Like this one here. Triple speed is particularly good. But I actually have no... So I have no attack percentage chests with crit rate in lethal. I have 0. Pretty bad. That kind of shows how difficult it is to get gear. We've had like, what, 4 rotations of thing, and I still haven't got one. So I should probably be focusing more on the forge and trying to get some of those pieces. Let's do this one. Ascend. What are we going to get? Attack percentage. Ooh, that's big. Ooh, that is big. I wonder if that changes something now. That's big. That is big. Because now we've got double crit rate. Okay, the HP percentage is pretty trash. The other stats are not so great. But speed is not really... Like, outside of flat attack, this doesn't get much better. Does it actually use that piece now? Because I've got max artifacts, so I'm assuming a maximum here. Might have to live refresh it. I think it is, because the attack has gone up. Yeah, it's recommending it now. It's the value, right? So the boots are still being picked, probably just because of the balance, unless I've got boots disconnected. Yeah, it's just picking the boots because of the balance. But imagine, like, let's just see how strong I can make this. If I just do that. Every piece. You got kicked from your clan of 3.5 years, Jacob. What happened? You almost got the same piece in the same set with crit damage. Oh, it's so nice when you get them. Defense-based nuker, Joshua. Exactly, Michinaki. This is why I'm going for Michinaki. What I want to do actually is if I wanted to make the strongest possible damage, it would be something like this. Let's see how much it's going to be. I wasn't super active over 2 races a long stretch for me, but we were laying low after pushing the last CvC anyway. I mean, I don't... Like, I'm obviously part of my clan's leadership. We wouldn't do that unless there was a particular reason, like maybe... You know, for any reason. So that seems a bit strange. You might want to, like, connect with them. If you've been there a long time, that seems a bit harsh. Declan asked, got 248 Ancients. How do you think I'll need to pull for the summon event? The problem is the summon rush, Declan. It's more like how many Sacreds do you have? Ancients are really bad on summon rush, right? What's that? 248 is what, 20? So that's the equivalent of 4,009. So it's like, that's the equivalent of 10 Sacreds. So it's not a lot, but it might be enough. Yeah, just have a conversation with Jacob, explain the situation. I'm sure it'll be fine. So we can basically make 7,040, 306 crit damage. It's ironically not asking for that piece anymore. And that would be the highest damaging piece I can do. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. And that would produce the highest amount of damage for the A2. What if it changes on the A3 at all? I mean, you've got enough if you've got your Sacreds and the Ancients together, I think. I don't think you're going to need more than those points. You might have to use them all. I don't know. As I said, the problem is we're all in the dark a little bit because we don't really know how they plan to structure... what they plan to do in terms of structuring the event. I have no idea. So... we don't really know. It could be anything, right? It could be 5,000, 7,000, 10,000, 12,000. It could be bits and bobs. Who knows? But 11 Sacred is going to get you far. I think they're going to probably position it around about a 15 to 20 Ancient guaranteed. So I think it's going to be somewhere in the region of like 7 to 8 to 9,000 points, something like that. Yeah, so that's basically saying this is the highest damaging ability, highest damaging kit that I can get. I'm not requiring any sets. That's assuming that I use all of these attack percentage, speed, crit damage, crit rate. Include all those artifacts. I haven't really set any speed glyphs. Like if we were to set like +4 and push this to like +7, really kind of push the boat out. I wonder how high we can get it. Do you reckon the unique champion picks in live arena is necessary to make it interesting? Yes. You got a commercial? Oh, I don't know. I don't know how YouTube does these things. I'm barely able to switch my screen properly. Hey Smurf Blue, how's it going? Smurf Blue is like chief gifter over and above. How is your day going? Yeah, I think Steeko, you're right. I think somewhere between 7,500 to 10,000 is going to be the middle. So I can push it to 7.3k attack, 295% crit damage. This would be the greatest strength build that I can build, and it's still using this god-awful flat HP. This would be the strongest build that I could possibly do. And I could still get an extra 80, 80, 80 attack, right? I could still get an extra 80 of every single one at the top, which is like 160, 320. That would put him at near 8,000. So you can see how people get to like 10,000 attack, 300% crit damage. He's not even awakened yet, so he's missing 40% from the empowerment. He's not got any bonus crit damage. He's not got the bonus crit rate. Like, you could easily see how people get to like 9,000 damage, because this is my gear and I don't have the best gear in the game. You know, this isn't fully awakened yet. When it is, it's like god tier. If you think I'm missing, this build here is missing a potential 20%, 40% attack, 20% crit damage. So net kind of 20% missing attack and 20% crit damage. Then 160 to 80 attack, plus 40% of whatever 1420 is, which is like another 400 attack. So I could easily get another like 700 attack into this build. It's absolutely insane. I wouldn't do it because I'd have to decimate Volger. I could do it though. I could build this actually, looking at this. I just don't know whether 160 speed is too low. I'm not sure whether 160 speed is too low. And I would require to find someone to a piece to replace this on Folger, because I use Folger for Dark Fade. Having said that, I'm not using Folger for Dark Fade for a while. So we could roll a bit of speed here as well. For Arena Marshal. Do you go to a certain... No, I just yeet my shards most of the time these days. Oh, you've been lurking. Cool. So yeah, so I'm a bit light. I don't know whether 160 speed is a bit too low. Who would replace Duchess? Pythian can replace it. Marichka. Probably Sify a little bit, but not so much. I'm tempted to do this, but I don't have the silver to do it right now because I've got like no silver. So for silver farming tomorrow, but we've got like, you know, a bunch of rewards here that I will probably invest straight into Sand Devil and just grind a bunch up. Because I feel like I need to have Baron in his current build, because Baron in his current build is solid, right? Baron in his current build hits really hard. He's nearly 7k attack. I could probably find the 7k attack by just buffing up his attack percentage in places. Like, you know, he's got a pretty terrible banner, but it's his reactions, that's why he's got it there. He's got a pretty terrible amulet, if we're being honest. Like, his amulet is bad. I've got all these different amulets I can pick that's got attack. But I've got it there because reaction. Sometimes with Baron, Revenge is actually quite good because if he A1s, then you have a chance of AoE damage again. So a Revenge piece is actually quite good even if it's not got any attack on it. The Ring, I think, is actually one of the better ones. I don't think I have very good rings. Oh, I mean, he could have that. It's a bit embarrassing. He could have that. Why has he not got the best ring on my account? He could have this one. Could give him 47 attack. I mean, it's negligible, right? That would give him 47. It's actually not that big. It's only 47 attack. It's actually quite small. It's not as big as I thought it was. Oh, there's an attack ring. Hello. There's an attack ring. What is this? Everyone pray to the RNG. Give me attack percentage. Go. Okay. It's low rolled. It's pretty bad. Attack percentage. Go. Now it's not worth it. You lose too much, right? I'd lose 205. Not worth. That's terrible. Ugh. That was attack percentage, you'd be laughing. I wonder actually how much that doing to it. I just see you lose so much if you don't have it as base. Like, that's what people need to realize when they look at 5 and 6 star, I guess, and I need to do it as well. You lose so much from having a 5 star. Like, I literally lose 50 attack. That's like that's like a single roll. 7% is a lot. There is silver in those rewards, Dutchy. You're right. You're right. But, you know, I think that's probably a good place for us to stop tonight. I kind of like ran out of steam with the gear cleanse. We've got to like 153. A lot of it is accessories. I just need to go through and sort it out, basically. But I'm going to need to do some silver farming for the summons tomorrow because I haven't got enough. I've got enough to summon a sacred shard. It's not a lot. We're still kind of grinding up this stuff. I've been getting a lot more essence lately, but I'm just at this point now where I'm like, where do I spend the essence? Because it feels like I need so much essence to get anything crazy. And like, what do I spend it on? Like, I could 6-star Baron, but I don't really feel like 6-star Baron gets an awful lot. Like 7% more on the threshold is not that crazy. If I was to change him over to like a life harvest, it would be better, but then you lose the crit damage. I don't think that's worth it. You lose 5 in attack. And I think even if you go to like lightning cage, it's still not that much better. Like, that's kind of nothing. So I don't really feel like the only place it would be beneficial is for something like a crushing rend, but in arena it's pointless because you only get 6%. It's like, it's nothing. It's not worth it. So I actually don't feel like a 6-star Baron is actually worth it at all. I think it's totally not needed. I think a 5-star is needed because you get that 14% with the true fear. The only thing you get, I suppose, is 100% true fear, but I really don't see that valuable because whenever I fight someone with fear, it never works for me. Kantra doesn't need it now because this, I don't really care about 100% chance and guaranteed because she needs accuracy anyway and she hits multiple times. So this, whenever I want this to place, it always places. So the speed is helpful. So I'm like, well, where do I actually put my blessing focus into? What am I looking for? Probably Duchess, I guess. You know, on the wish list, I've got Duchess, Pythian, Necret. I should probably swap out Muckstalker now for Cold Heart. I guess it's the only champion I really use a lot. Gory can probably come out now. For honestly, Whisper. Use all the time. So yeah, so I'm kind of like in this weird position where I'm like, I don't really know what souls to buy my essence for. Because I've had a few times that it's come up where I've had like the ability to buy Kantra 300, and like I'm nowhere near 300. But like even 100, like where do I spend that 100? So it feels like such an investment. Why Judge? He's my he's the clan boss champion I use when I need to do rare. When I need to do the rare only, I use him. He hits really hard. Like, look how hard this hits. We need to wait for the debuffs to come up. It's only brutal, right? It's fine. But watch this now. When he does his A1. $283,000. It's not even max damage yet. He hits so hard. Gotta build our debuffs back up here now. So basically, this ability deals increased damage by 10% for each debuff on the target up to 100%. So 10 debuffs, 100%. At the moment, we're only at 5. 274,000. When we get in rotation, you'll see how hard this actually hits. And he's only 4-star at the moment, so he can get more damage. Got Brimstone out there. Still waiting for the debuff count. We eventually will get to 10. What are we at now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 343,000. Oh, they arrested Trump now, have they? They finally arrested him. Ah, this is going to be Ah, great. Now we all got to endure the drama that is American politics for the next 2 years. He's really good as well for general debuffing, because his passive will just throw debuffs out all the time. We didn't have increased attack there, I don't think. Let's see this now. Have we got enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're one short. Just insane damage. So yeah, I use him on when I have the when I have the advanced quest to do a clan boss with a rare champion, because my team doesn't have a rare champion anymore now that Ares isn't in it. I just chose Judge because he's just for funsies, really. I mean, Trump on TV the other day basically said he got rid of NATO. He meant to say he got rid of NAFTA. I'm like, they're totally two different entities. One's a trade deal, one's a military organization. Like, come on. I'm not sure he knows what he's talking about anymore. Oh, we got maximum now. It's a shame we're going to lose a bunch of them because the toxic sets run out. So he's fun, basically. That's why I have him in there. And there's not really that many rare champions that I would want a blessing on. You get so many rare blessings anyway from the tier 1 soulstones. You don't really need the wish list. Oh, here we go. Full 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here we go. Full damage Judge. How much do we think we're going to do? 374. It's brutal, I know. I know it's only brutal, but it's kind of nutty. I mean, at least Biden listens though, right? As much as Biden can gaff a little bit because he's old, he ain't telling you to inject disinfectant into your arms because he's going to, like, get rid of all that COVID out of your body. Like, come on. I don't think any of them are that good. Anyway, that's done. Have you tried him in Ultra Nightmare? Yeah. This team can run an Ultra Nightmare. It's actually kind of nuts. He does so much damage. Even in staff, I got a Crizia and put her in my CB team. I was like night and day how much one champ. Yeah, she's kind of nuts in her thing. Her multiplies in Clan Boss because the Clan Boss caps the damage a little bit. It's a bit weird. It's not exactly like 75k or anything. It's a lot more. I don't really know. It's like 75,000 times her crit damage. That's the way that it deals the damage. So it's actually really hard. It said that. Yes, he did, Space Toad. He literally held a press conference. And in that press conference, he said they're going to remove COVID by using light, and they're going to inject this like disinfectant and crap like that. I'm paraphrasing him, but he pretty much insinuated that you inject your body with disinfectant. I'm sure there was context around it, but it still doesn't help that the leader of the free world is suggesting the solution to a pandemic is to inject disinfectant because his followers will take it literally. So I'm sure there were a bunch of hospitals around America that all of a sudden had disinfectant-induced cases because people thought that was the answer to it. Now, you can blame the media, you can blame whoever you want. He's got a responsibility to know how the media is going to interpret his words and make sure he says it properly, right? That's on him. But ultimately, you know. Do you think building Hydra and using Hydra builds in Arena works or vice versa? I think you can build Arena builds and use them in Hydra. I don't know whether you can necessarily build Hydra and build them for Arena, because I think Arena is very specific and team orientated. So, yeah. Should I pull for Michinaki tomorrow? Would he be as game changer as Krizia? I think he's as good as a Krizia. I don't think he's as good as a Krizia, and like he's about half as much damage as a Krizia, and he doesn't have the innate tankiness. But he is a very capable, one of the best Hex champions. He's AoE decreased attack and decreased defense when there's Hex up. He full buff cleanses, and he has a HP burn that basically is AoE because he always attacks. So I think he's really solid. So like, for example, my Duchess is built for Arena Green Virus, right? Where is it? Right, this is built for Arena, but I use it in Hydra. It works perfectly fine. It's fast. Hydra, it pretty much needs to be, if you're over 250 speed and you're reasonably tanky, and you've got the axe if you need it, right? So she's built for resistance. This is how you would build a Mischief tank. It's no different. I've just got it in Stone Skin, whereas in Hydra, you might prefer to go something like Guardian set, or something like Stalwart, something a little bit more PvE focused, rather than Stone Skin, which is purely PvP. You might want to go protection buffs, for example, or something like that. What's your guess for the points needed? Somewhere between 7 to 10,000, I'm going to say. Yeah, we're going to Insomnia next week. Only for the Friday. We're up in there for the one day. I don't know what Fiction's plans are for, like, I don't know if he wants to go as far as like arranging a meetup or something, but we will be there. I'm sure we'll probably try and like set up a moment where we're all in some place you can come say hi, but we will be there on Friday. Yeah, exactly, Tommy. He pretty much suggested on national TV, inject disinfectant to get rid of COVID. Now, I'm sure it could be taken in context that he was talking about different strategies and techniques, but the way I look at it is you're a politician, not a scientist, so say what the scientists tell you to say on national TV. That's all you need to do. Go up there, answer the questions, say, hey, I'm the leader, I've got it all under control, these are the experts, I'm coordinating them, I'm being the ringleader. Don't go up there and think like he's talking as if he's like got a 10 years degree in like fighting microbiology and all this kind of stupid. Like, I just, because people hang on his words, right? When you're a leader, you're more than a politician. You're the spokesperson for the party's direction. So you're responsible for everything that happens after the fact of what you say. So, yeah, but Boris didn't really say anything stupid. Boris acted stupid in certain things, right? There's a difference between saying something stupid and acting stupid. I think sometimes Boris would act in a goofy way, but generally what he said was pretty spot on. And this whole like I'm not a Boris chill or anything, but I'll be honest. We're basically accusing people of committing treason for having a bit of cake in their workplace. Like, come on. It's not like everyone else in the country wasn't doing exactly the same thing as he did, but just because there was a few pictures, it made it look like they were having a rave. I'm like, it wasn't really not that. I think the whole thing just got a little bit too like, we need someone to blame for everything that's going on, so let's just blame the person in office. So, I mean, the funny thing is in America, they're all after Dr. Fauci, and I'm like, the guy has got 50 odd years in fighting in epidemiology and fighting pandemics and diseases worldwide, and is recognized as one of the best and leading experts in the world. And yet they're acting as if he's like some sort of co-conspirator in a way to like take down the Republican right wing. I'm like, the dude just is a scientist. And he's just trying to talk science. He's not trying to get involved in all of your crazy shenanigans. Like, chill out. Not everything is a conspiracy against the right wing. Seriously. Yeah. As said, and Adriana, we will be there. I just don't know any of the details. Fix normally sorts all this out because he's like a genius with all these things. He tells us where to go and we're there. Don't worry, Geotrain, we're not going into deep politics. I personally just think politics is very important. And I think if you're an elected member of any leadership in any position, you have a responsibility to make sure your words aren't taken out of context. And as much as Joe Biden is a bit of an idiot sometimes, well, not an idiot, he gaffes a lot because he's old. I think he does very well making sure that the words that he does speak are not taken out of context, right? You don't really hear Joe Biden making any statements that are very controversial. He's very, central line. He's very careful about what he says. He listens to his advisors. Whereas, you got Trump like Sharpie penning hurricanes and things, and I'm like, this is not what you want from a leader of the free world. So I'm sure, by the way, that there's probably a lot of like dodgy things that have gone on in terms of funding through the pandemic, right? I'm certain that probably companies got like backdoor deals, and I'm pretty sure that's universal. I don't blame anyone for that. I blame them all for it. No, I'm not saying that. No. You misunderstand. I'm not saying anyone who voted for Trump is bad. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is Trump has a responsibility as the elected leader to make sure what he's saying isn't controversial. Like, his words aren't taken out of context. Like, I know there's plenty of honest Republicans and people who voted for Trump because they thought he'd make a difference, right? And what you generally find in American politics historically is always polar opposites, right? You had Obama, who was very much like man of the people for socialism and a little bit, not really socialism, but he wasn't very like business orientated. He wasn't a rich man and all that kind of nonsense, even though he's well off. And then they went completely polar opposite to, we want someone to change the scene, which is fine. And I think that's not a problem. And I even said at the start when he ran, I thought Trump might be a good disruptor for American politics because it was getting a little bit too, you had the Hillarys, you had the Clintons, and then you had the Obamas, and then you had the what do they call what's the name, the Kennedys, it was all very like, then you had the Bushes. It was very like family orientated. It needed a bit of a shake up, but he went a little bit nuts. Like, he's just gone a little bit nuts. No, I honestly, and here's the thing, right? This is the last thing I want to say because I don't want this stream to end on a political note. I think a lot of people, especially in Republican areas, don't get fed very balanced arguments because all they hear is Fox News, and Fox News is very, very, like, biased. It's true. I mean, you even saw the reports that Fox News don't even, the presenters don't even believe what they're saying. They're just saying it because they're told to say it. So I think a lot of Trump, like, if you basically laid out on a plate all the different Trump voters, everything that happened, then I think they're sensible enough to know what is right and what is wrong. You do have the diehard wing, but then you have a diehard wing of like far right. You have a diehard wing that's ultra socialist. You have a diehard wing that's like pro gender rights and pro everything. Like, you always have diehard wings that no matter what you do, you can't reason with them. That happens on both sides of the aisle. But I think a lot of the people that decide who gets elected, your middle of the ground, probably believe from everything they're told, Trump is being shafted by all these things. It's only because, like, me in the UK gets a balanced argument between what you see on Fox News, what you see on CNN, what you see on coming out of different politicians and what you hear from different politicians, that you can see the ludicrousness that they're trying to say that Trump is getting railroaded when, like, let's face it, on January the 6th, he stood up on stage and without telling them, told everyone to go riot. Like, he kind of did that. Like, you can't really hide it. He basically tried to do a coup. He wasn't happy with losing. He tried to basically steal it back. You can't lie about that. It is the fact. But a lot of the news reporting are going to try and make it sound like it was a democratic plan to get him out of power. It's not really true. I don't really believe that all the Democrats are sensible either. But yeah, anyway, that's the end of that. I don't want to get into politics. I do find it interesting as an observer watching it, but I do sometimes feel like I personally feel like politicians have a responsibility to make sure us normal people who don't want to get involved in it don't get bombarded with nonsense. And I feel like at the moment, it's very nonsense across every political sphere. So, but yeah. So, anyway, that's the end of. I try not to get involved in too much because, like as she said, like people don't necessarily want to do that, but I just think it's very difficult. Like in today's era, every you got AI now coming to the sphere where you see pictures and things of something happening, and you think it's real because it looks real. You don't know. There's so much misinformation and people fighting for you to have their opinion, that as a world leader, you have to be above and beyond the minimum. It's not enough for you to just be taken out of context. You have to make sure you put yourself in a position where you can't be taken out of context. It's a very hard job. So it is, Tommy. It's one of the hardest things in the world. But I think what I'm saying is, as a world leader, it's kind of like part of the job description. You have to be good at it. It's kind of like me going, it's very hard for me to write a website or something in exactly the way that someone wants. You're always going to trip up in here, but it's kind of like part of the job description to at least interpret what the person's saying and produce what they want. It's kind of what you have to do. So anyway, guys, it is, 4.5 hours in, and we are devolving into random conversations. We did a decent gear cleanse. We've kind of like talked about live arena quite a lot, so it'll be interesting to see where that goes. Tomorrow I'm going to do a video on kind of like what I think is good about live arena and some of the concerns that I have, which is going to summarize some of the points we've had tonight. So that should be a good, interesting watch, and we'll see whether the things that I mentioned in tomorrow's video actually come true, because I think we're going to get this patch like early next week. We're probably going to get a Fusion announcement, I would think Monday or Tuesday. Maybe like sometime in that week. Depends on how all this patch goes. We might even see the patch go live tomorrow, but it's very rare that they do a Friday release. But because it's on iOS, normally they do the update on Player and Play the day after. So who knows? I know they wanted some people to test it. So maybe all the testers are only mobile only. I don't know. We'll have to find out. Dervish's A1 multiplier is bonkers. It's really good. She's a dark elf, right? This multiplier, where is she? Or is she a knight rev? She's one of them. Demon Spawn. Undead Horde. That's Dampier. I always forget which faction she's in. It's going to be in that region. I don't know. I don't know in truth, if I'm being honest. What faction is... She's not high elf, is she? Dervish. I thought she was... Barb? She's a Barb. Dervish. Crusher, Zephyr Sniper. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this. Because it's count... Dervish's multiplier. I'm not thinking of that one. Which one am I thinking of? Am I thinking of Dampier? One of them hits really hard. It could even be that one, but I thought it was Dampier that I'm thinking of. This one hits quite hard. One of them is like an insane multiplier. It's like 8 times. It's really, really high. Might be Dervish. Let's have a look. Yeah, Dervish is a 4.6 times attack, random. So it's like an 8 times. And then I think Dampier is a 3.5. Some of the uncommons, because their base stats are so low, their multipliers are a lot higher. So that's why Man-Eater and Brogni specifically, right? That's why his damage can be scaled quite high, because his multiplier for this ability is 8.2 because he's only got 837 attack. If the attack base stat is lower and the damage is based on attack, the multiplier is raised higher to balance it out. Yeah, she's really strong because her multiplier is really high. Because normally they kind of go, most people don't build the champion because of various different reasons. Reasonable base attack, lot of this, and it attacks 2 times at random. So essentially, the A1 is a 8. Where is it? Because it's 2 times at random, your A1 is basically 9.2 times attack. It's a strong hit. Most people don't bother because they just don't look at uncommons, but some of the uncommons hit really hard. It's actually quite, so that's why Shield Guard's popular, right? So, hey Yanis, you're catching the end of the stream because I'm about to finish. I'm about to go relax for the rest of the evening. So, but yeah, some of the uncommons are really, really good. Armiger is still, arguably, because of the 10% cap, the best max HP damage dealer outside of Racrizia, because basically every 2 turns you get 10% max HP. One of the best. Sand Devil team for highest is like triple Armiger. You can do it. So, but anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it, even if we did dip into politics a little bit. It was not the plan. But I'll be back Monday. As I said, keep an eye out for the video. I'll be doing a lot of Sand Devil, I guess, over the weekend and prepping. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, and I'll catch you guys soon.